Orion platform is actually designed in such a way that we can have a glance of entire our IT infrastructure. So how do our IT layer looks like? We'll have an application and then we'll have a database. Both these application and database are hosted in a virtual machine, and this virtual machine is built on an VMware, and this VMware is attached uh, as a storage. Sorry, this VMware has a storage attached, and all these are connected to network using routers, switches, and firewalls. Correct? Yeah. So all these to monitor, we need some kind of monitoring solution, right? So
Hmm.
SolarWinds has came up with different modules to monitor all these layers of IT infrastructure. So for network performance monitor, where it's a core module, we'll add the IP address, either it can be a router, switch, or a server into NPM. And then using NetFlow traffic analyzer, we'll extend the monitoring of our NetFlow, or what is the traffic coming into our network devices, where it is leaving, who is consuming most, who is talking to whom. All that kind of detailed view will be visible here in the NetFlow traffic analyzer. Okay. Whereas NPM collects the hardware health information, CPU memory information, disk information, some system related information, those things. And we do
Okay.
have some key features in NPM as well that we'll discuss. Whereas what does NCM do? NCM will actually help and keeps the configuration backup of our network devices. So what is the purpose of doing it? So just in case if you had some disaster recovery, or if you had some issues with the config changes, we'll have that backup in our SolarWinds server, and then we can directly import that backup on the newly spinned up router or a switch, or any changes made can be easily replicated by looking at the backup. Of course, not only the backups, there are other functionalities as well with NCM that we'll discuss, and we'll learn each thing in the upcoming sessions. So that's one future or core future from NCM. We'll look into more futures and learn about more futures in NCM in the upcoming sessions. So yeah, virtualization manner, I was just telling you, right? All the applications and hosts, all the applications and databases are configured or installed on a VM, and this VM is built on some kind of virtualization layer, and that virtualization layer is nothing but ESXi hosts or Microsoft hypervisors or Nutanix clusters. We will monitor those hypervisors or ESXi hosts in this virtualization layer and enhance our monitoring related to our virtualization monitoring. Okay. So server and application monitor is something that is provided by SolarWinds to monitor services within the server, or to write some scripts and monitor that, or to do any kind of custom monitoring. We use server and application manager. The prerequisites for server and application manager is the server or the network device or the UPS should be added in NPM. Of course, for NTA, NCM as well, it's a prerequisite for the device to add into NPM. The device should be added into NPM, and then by using these three modules, server, application monitor, NCM, and NetFlow, we can enhance or extend our monitoring.
Okay. So means, okay, if you want to add server or want to monitor their services, so npm would be should be first we need to add this into the npm, or directly we
Correct.
can monitor through the SAM.
No, firstly we need to add into NPM, and then in SAM we'll create a template with the service name and assign that template onto the node that is being added in NPM, and then you'll be able to monitor your services. We'll look at all these things in practical because you need not to worry about it.
Okay. Okay, okay. No, no, I
Yeah,
was asking only for servers. Actually, for and network devices, I know that like, for monitoring those devices, NPM should be there. But on
yeah.
only for servers, I wanted think like
For
only SAM is like, uh,
yeah, for services monitoring, you need see, once you add a server, what information it will get is it will collect the system information like system name, which location is it, and CPU memory information, what volumes or disk spaces we have,
so through the
the
SAM or
information
NPM.
through npm.
Okay,
Through npm it will collect this information. And if
okay,
you want to monitor the services or the application hosted inside that server, you have to make use of server and application monitor.
okay,
Okay, did it make
okay.
sense?
Yeah. So means
And
like
then
you cannot directly monitor like CPU memory volumes, from SAM, right?
no, because that is being pulled by SNMP protocol. SNMP
Okay,
protocol will actually is sufficient uh, to cap to pull that information, and all those are being pulled in npm. So we don't need to do that again in SAM.
okay,
Yeah. And moving on to the next thing is to add the storage boxes here into this module, and then we can create alerts on top of the storage resource monitor. So database performance analyzer is basically using for monitoring our databases. We'll register our Oracle SQL databases into this module, and it provides all the information related to our databases like deadlocks, which query is taking a long time, is there any logs, is the database up or down, is the table space in the database getting filled up. All that information will be collected using DPA. Okay, and log manager for Orion is uh, basically it's a module from SolarWinds where we can send syslogs and traps to our SolarWinds server, and those logs, syslogs and traps will be visible in this log manager for Orion. What is a syslog? Syslog is nothing but system log. Each and every information, each and every server or a network device that logs information, whether logging in, logging out, any activity being performed, all that information will be transferred to syslog server. Any organization will have a syslog server, and from that syslog server we can send this important syslog messages to log manager for Orion to keep track of things, or to look out what is happening, or to alert on any syslog messages if we require. Okay,
okay.
clear with the syslog message?
Yeah. So basically, is it inbuilt in application, NPM application, or
No, it's a
this is
separate module, log manager. Log manager is free, is a free version provided by SolarWinds. It's a separate module.
okay?
Okay, but if you want some advanced level of log manager, I think it's log viewer. That is a paid one from SolarWinds. You have to purchase that from SolarWinds. Whereas log viewer, I think there are two things in that. One is a free trial and another one is a advanced one.
Okay,
Okay.
okay,
And last thing is a server and configuration monitor. So these module, I have kept it as a part of HCO bundle. So there is nothing much we can do with this module, but they have added in uh, HCO module as along with the other modules. So server and configuration monitor, we just have to manage our servers with this, and it pulls some inventory information like what patches does the server configuration manager has, what are the latest updates that it needs to be installed, what is the OS version, those information it will pick it up. But I don't think SCM is very much in depth. thing that can be used for our day-to-day monitoring or to do some changes or to keep track of things. Okay, so
Okay.
with this on-premises, any SaaS applications and cloud infra services as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So moving any questions here?
No, but okay. We were talking about that SRM part, right? The VMware. So all are like ESXi hosts are there, right?
Yeah.
So okay, on which applications being monitored, like how it
No,
works,
no,
like
no.
as
It SRM monitors at the infrastructure layer. Underneath that, we'll have a server, and while building a VM, we'll make partitions of that storage.
was not
So let's say you have purchased a hard disk, and that hard disk you'll do some partitions, right? This is C
right,
drive, this is D drive, this is E drive.
correct,
And in the partitions, what are you doing? You are allocating some space.
right,
Similarly, they'll purchase a hard disk or a storage device from Dell, EMC or Clarion. That
okay,
they'll attach while building a VM. They will do the partitions to allocate sufficient space to each VM.
okay,
You got it? We
yeah,
will
got it.
add the thing at the infrastructure layer. Before doing the partitions, we'll add that storage box IP itself, and that IP information regarding LUNs, arrays, and everything. I recommend you to look at to get fully clarity about this, because the reason why is, uh, I mean, I'm not a storage guy, and if I tell you some information, I could only,
Right,
by the time it reach you, you'll only understand 50% of the thing.
Chandra, these all are mentioned here, the NPM, NTA, all are different modules, right?
Yeah. So these are all different modules from SolarWinds. Okay. Provided to
Okay.
monitor different layers of our IT infrastructure. Okay.
Means
Some for
layers means
storage
layer
monitoring.
2 నుంచి level from layer 2 to layer 7 we can monitor here you are saying, right?
Yes, similar kind of, but here I'm talking about infrastructure part, which means network, servers, storage, databases, applications. These seven layers I'm talking about here. Okay, network monitoring, server monitoring, application monitoring, database monitoring. To achieve all these monitorings, we have this. Coming to Orion architecture, nothing but SolarWinds architecture. So we have main polling engine, and main polling engine is nothing but our application server, where these modules that we discussed in the earlier slide will be installed, and these modules will be talking to SolarWinds Orion database. Okay, we have one more database called NetFlow database. The reason why we have NetFlow module have only separate database for NetFlow module is because NetFlow data will be huge in numbers or huge in receiving the information. If we club these two, it will eventually impact the performance of our database. So SolarWinds recommended to have a separate database for NetFlow. Okay, and whatever in the monitored network here is nothing but network server storage. All that polling information will be collected by main polling engine, and then it will be writing to a database.
okay,
Main polling engine will also have a website which is called IIS, Internet Information Service, and through which you can view the information collected by all the information basically about each and every monitored network.
okay.
How,
Chandra, this Orion
yeah,
Web Console, this is the application, like or it is inbuilt in application, like uh,
No, this web console, while you are installing a SolarWinds software,
Hmm.
a website will be built for us
Automatically, right?
automatically within the software. Yeah, I'll walk you through the steps how to build a website as well. It will prompt you for a page to asking for a website details. At that time, you can provide this. So what do we have in Orion architecture? We have a main polling engine where we'll install our application, and this of our monitored network, nothing but servers or switches or storage or databases through SNMP or WMI or SolarWinds agent, and then writes it to the SolarWinds Orion database. If from this monitored network, let's say if it's a Cisco routers, if you are receiving a NetFlow data, it will be written into NetFlow database, only the NetFlow data. And all the things, whatever you are monitoring and what is the CPU information, all that can be visible in the web console. Okay,
Okay, Chandra.
so
Chandra, one thing, can we know already in the existing setup and what are the modules we are configured, like database is configured or not, NTA it is configured or not? Can we confirm from our own in the existing setup in the office
yeah, okay.
environment? Like,
Okay, sure. I'll make use of SolarWinds demo page to show you how you can navigate to that. So Brahmam, in your to settings, or if you can go to my deployment, and then if you can go to, okay, this feature is now okay. So let me tell you, there are multiple ways to do that. So if you can come to the bottom and look at this black screen, you can see this black screen, right, Mahesh?
yes, yes.
So whatever modules you have here, SRM, WPM, and SolarWinds Hybrid Cloud Observability. So SolarWinds Hybrid Cloud Observability means recently they have came up with a plan called SolarWinds Hybrid Cloud Observability with all these modules here, except SRM and DPA. All the other modules, whatever you are seeing here, they have released as a bundle as SolarWinds HCO.
Okay, apart
Okay,
from which you were talking, actually your voice was not coming.
SRM
DPM.
and DPA. Yes,
Okay.
all the other modules you are seeing here, they have bundled as a name called SolarWinds HCO licensing, and they are giving it for a little bit by lessing their cost. So that is why verify it here to know the information of all modules and the version. Okay,
Can we know the which database we are using?
database SolarWinds supports only Microsoft SQL Server.
Okay, okay.
Only supports, no other database will be supported by SolarWinds. That I'll tell you in the upcoming sessions. You need not to worry about it. So I'll tell you how to do what in the prerequisite sessions which we have here. I'll tell you about the things over here. So I just want to take and explain you about the high availability as well. So SolarWinds, what is high availability according to you?
Uh, High availability
Yeah.
means like means every time your monitoring would be happen, either one server is shut down or their application is shutting down. When then you can
Yeah,
services would be switching over and then the monitoring will be
correct.
happen continuously.
Yeah. So the high availability that I am talking here is only about application level. Application level means SolarWinds level. So we SolarWinds application provides on the database level high availability. You can work with your database administrator and configure that. We will not be involved in database high availability, so you need not to be worried about that. So if you have a DBA, database administrator, in your organization, he should be able to help you with all the database level configuration. Okay, and coming to the application level, we have high availability within same LAN or within same WAN. Okay, if it is within same LAN, you have to make use of virtual IP address. If it is within WAN, WAN means two sites. You have to get a virtual host name. Okay, how the high availability works? I was telling about the virtual IP on the virtual host name, right? If let's assume these Orion server and standby server are on same subnet, then whichever is active, it will have two IP addresses assigned to it, a static IP address and a virtual IP address. This virtual IP address is the one that will be fluctuating between these high availability services. Suppose let's say if the standby server becomes active, this virtual IP address will be fluctuated to standby server, and all the logins or all the communication will be sent to standby server because the virtual IP is sitting over the standby server now. So if it is on a yeah, I'll complete it. I know it will be bit hard for you to understand now, but when I if you can understand the core concept of this virtual IP and virtual host name, will during the configuration it will give you more clarity. Okay, so and if it is on a two vans in, let's say, in two different cities, we'll give them the virtual host name, and that virtual host name will be responsible for fluctuating between these two servers, two high availability servers. Okay, so keep in
Yeah.
mind that if you are developing or deploying your HA solution on the same subnet, you have to make use of virtual IP. If it is
Okay.
on a multi subnet, you have to have a virtual host name.
Okay.
Okay, and you need not to do anything for the failover. If any of our SolarWinds application services is not responding, automatically a failover happens to standby server.
Okay.
So, and how you actually configure HA, I'll show you. If you go to settings and my deployment, I'll show you a main pool here. So basically, these are the two servers. Let's assume if you have two servers, 10.0.100.1 and 100.2, and you have installed that SolarWinds on that, and you have set up a high availability pool for that. Once you set up the high availability pool, it looks like this. They both are under one pool, which is called main pool, active and standby. Now let's try to set up a HA pool for our additional polling engine. Don't worry about what is additional polling engine. We'll discuss about this additional polling engine. What is this additional polling engine in the upcoming sessions? So for now, I'll show you. See, if during the installation, if I give as HA server, it will it will prompt like as I set up HA pool in my deployment page. When you click on that, it will ask for which server is this is an active server. Now you tell me which active server. Accordingly, you have to select your active server, and then as these both are on same subnet, you have to give your virtual host name. dot 100.15, and then you can next and then create pool. That's it. Once you create the pool, you will have the HA setup like this, and 10.100.15 will be fluctuating between these two on whichever server is active. Make sense?
Could you repeat once again, Chandra, please?
So yeah, so all, if you go to settings and my deployment, you'll be seeing all the servers where you have installed SolarWinds. I know it's a bit hard for you to discuss about the high availability right now, but I'll explain, and I'll take you one more time once the installation is complete. Okay, if you go to my deployment, you will be seeing all the servers where your SolarWinds is installed. If you look at this small box here, set up high availability pool, these box will pop up on the servers during the time of installation. You might have specified on this server as a HA server. Okay, makes sense till here?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
While we
during the
are
time of
taking,
mm,
yeah, continue, please.
while at the installation, you might have set up this as HA, and you can click on setup HA pool, and then you have to select whichever server is an active server for this. Okay, got it?
Yeah, got it. Means
Okay,
these
which
two are
because
physical
you
devices, no?
not physical, everything is a VM, and you have
Everything.
installed SolarWinds on all the VMs, and now you are setting up HA.
Okay.
Okay, I
For
think
HA
we'll
purpose
park
only, we
this
need to
topic.
purchase two. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll explain you at the once the installation is completed, so that you'll gain more visibility on it.
Uh,
Maybe I'll
which
have to move this slide. Yeah.
Chandra, actually at that time you put it the virtual IP, which is for only for local subnet, right?
Yes. Yeah, as if you look at here, see,
Yeah,
they
same
both
sub
are on
local.
same subnet. I
Right, right,
can't.
that's right.
Yeah, yeah. By looking at the IP, I was just mentioning
Right, right. If they are in a different subnet, then you have to put a host name, right? Virtual host name.
virtual hostname, and that virtual hostname has to be updated in the DNS server first.
DNS in host entry.
Yes, DNS hosts. They will have a DNS server, right? And in that, we have to reserve our virtual hostname and give that hostname while setting up here. Here, we have to provide our virtual host name.
Okay, so this host name we have to update it, or we will get how he we will get that.
We'll have a DNS team, because,
Okay, they will
and that
provide
with
us
that
the.
we have to raise a DNS host name, whatever virtual host name we want. They'll let's say if our servers are uh, Hyderabad underscore SolarWinds 1, Hyderabad underscore SolarWinds 2. These two are our servers. And if you want a virtual hostname, we'll ask our DNS team to update the new hostname as Hyderabad underscore SolarWinds. And we can give that virtual hostname here.
Here, okay.
Make sense?
Okay, and yeah, I got it. And his entry should also be in our application server, like this hostname entry also.
Uh,
Whatever hostname
host
we got, we will put here, and that hostname we also put it in our host files.
not required, because the DNS will be actually getting that information. All our servers will be connected to a.
Okay,
Okay, so it's not required.
okay,
The only place when we put the entry is when we do want to bypass the DNS servers and use the one that locally means, then we'll edit that. Generally, that should not be the practice. Even if you the DNS server will flush it after 24 hours or 48 hours and give it the name whichever we have in the DNS server. For lab practice, that is fine, Vikas. But in real
Okay.
time or in a real projects, we don't place anything locally.
Okay. Got it.
So DNS only required for only WAN, means to different
WAN for WAN
WAN
high
purpose.
availability. Yeah,
Got
WAN high availability. Okay, moving on to the next thing. So, like I was telling, right? So we'll have a main polling engine and we'll have our SolarWinds modules installed on it. So let's say we have 100 devices that main polling engine can handle the load. What if we have a 200 devices? Main polling engine can handle the load. 300 devices, main polling engine can handle the load. What if we have 600, 700, 1000, 10,000 devices?
Then it
We
cannot handle.
have to install SolarWinds on another
Yes.
server. What are those called? Those are called additional polars. Additional
So
polling
this
engine
is the
or
additional
additional
license.
polars. Not no additional licenses. Yeah, with you can only thing you pay is for and you
Sorry,
can
your voice is not
install
clear.
Your
additional.
voice, Chandra, your voice for
Yeah,
not
how
coming.
about now?
Now, no, fine.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you need not to pay for additional polling engine. You have to pay for you only have to pay for the module that you purchased. Okay.
Okay, because which the modules we have purchased, we have to install in this additional polar as well, right?
Yes,
Means that application,
correct,
right? So
correct, correct.
for that we have to take license or like the same license which we have,
Not
or
required, not required. For additional polling engine installation, you need not to uh,
pay, right?
purchase any license.
Got it. This is for node elements, sorry, devices,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
On the basis
yeah,
of devices purchase, then okay. And this
correct.
additional pollen we ask to the client for giving, or like our organization will ask who will set up
We
this?
have to add our the client to provide a VM virtual machine, and we have to
Okay,
install our SolarWinds software on that virtual machine.
okay, got it.
Okay. According to SolarWinds terms, one server can handle up to 12,000 elements. What is
Okay,
an element? A node is an element, an interface is an element, a volume is an element. Let's assume you have, let's take a Cisco device and let's assume this as a router. Thing here is an element. One,
okay,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So total 9 elements is being contributed to one router of DEN site. Okay. This is the elements calculation according to SolarWinds. Like this, 12,000 elements can a polling engine work without any issues. If you are
okay,
running out of these 12,000 elements, what have to do? You have to add your additional polling engine. What is an additional polling engine? You have to ask your client a virtual machine and you have to install a SolarWinds software on it. And these additional polling engines will be eventually connected with main polar
okay.
polling engine depending upon your capacity.
Okay.
So
That
what
also
one more
additional
difference
polling
we
engine
have
also have
from
12,000, no? Sorry.
Yes. If it
That additional
even
polling
if the
engine also
additional
have
polling
12,000.
engine, correct. If it reaches 12,000, then you have to spin up one more additional.
Okay. Means that also. Okay, got it. Sorry.
Okay, even that fills up, you have to come up with an you have to install another additional polling engine.
Okay, how can we map this additional polling engine with main polling engine in an installation
Yes,
process?
I'll
We can
tell
understand.
you during the time of installation. Yeah.
Got
And one difference between the additional polling engine and main polling engine is you'll not be able to get this website on the additional polling engine. Main polling engine will have a website. Additional polling engines will not have a website. Okay, will not
Can we
install
see this
IIS
information
in.
in console?
Yes, the you are seeing it in the console only, right?
No, no, elements. How many elements are completed?
Yes, yes,
Uh,
we can go to settings and all settings, and then if you come bottom to polling engines, okay, this request is, yeah, if you click on polling engines, you'll be able to see it. 1 minute. Right. Yeah, in your environment, if you go to settings, all settings, and click on polling engines, you'll be able to see that information. My deployment health is not. Yeah, settings, all settings, polling engines, like how I navigated here, you'll see a page like this. Here it will show you the elements here is 129. Here it will show you each of your server elements. Okay, like this. In your project you can have a look at it. I'll show you once we have our installation done. Got it? So this is how it looks like. Yeah, this page.
got it.
Polling engine, IP, which version is installed, when was the last time it got synced with, how many elements, 129 elements. Here you can see it. And one solar can support up to 100 polling engines. And what if we have uh, what if our main polling engine is also suffering a lot of login issues? So we'll have console only on the main polling engine, right? What if it has issues while too many users or more concurrent users make use of this SolarWinds additional website as well? Okay, and this additional website also should be installed like how a polling engine, and it will take some load from the main polling engine. Okay, so firstly, we'll make this session more interactive. I mean, I'll not show you all these boring slides in the later stages when we install our SolarWinds. What I'll do is I'll make whatever we discuss, we'll do it in a practical way so that you'll understand. And moreover, I'll explain in such a way that so what are all the real life real scenarios that you might get you want to do within your company. That way will drive this so that you will get most benefit out of this training. So so basically, this slide which I am presenting is discuss about the complete npm core architecture. So npm is basically the heart of SolarWinds, and if you know npm, your 80% of the work is done. Whereas the other modules like ncm, nta, and you are a storage team, storage guy, and there is a module in SolarWinds for storage monitoring as well, which is called srm. It's just an extension to an npm to enhance the additional capabilities of storage monitoring with the help of storage srm module. So that's how we're going to use other modules. But here firstly we'll start with npm, and we'll show you what in npm what is network monitoring, and then what is discovery, what is polling, objects, custom properties, groups, views, limitations, menu bars, all these things which you are seeing in the screen will be doing it in a practical way. So alerts is something, as I discussed you earlier, we'll go phase by phase instead of showing you all alerts. So if we complete the npm alerts, I'll show you 3 to 4 uh, alerts that we can create for npm related services. If you complete storage module, I'll show you how to create storage alerts. That way it will be easier for you to get things going.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll
So
I'll
how
walk
about
you through. Mm,
how about SAM, Chandra?
mm. Yeah,
SAM module?
Sam. Yeah, after npm, Sam will be main focus.
Okay.
I guess SRM we might or we might not, because SRM I can show you in a SolarWinds demo site. There I'll show you how to add SRM and then
SRM
how to monitor
SRM
SRM,
means
because
SRM means
storage
it's a
resource
storage,
monitor.
right? Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
the thing is we don't have real life storage boxes, right?
I
LUNs
know.
and
I can
arrays.
understand.
So
Yeah.
yeah, that I'll show you how to add a LUN and array into SolarWinds, and from there how to alert on it, and from there that's the thing that we do in SRM module. The main work will be in npm and some other modules like SAM, NCM, and NTA. With SRM, we just onboard the LUNs or arrays to SRM and then create alerts on it. That's it. So we don't do it on a regular basis. It pulls all the disks within that.
Okay. So basically, we
Okay.
we talk
Yeah.
more on even on the SAM also, right?
Yeah. We'll discuss more on the SAM, NPM, NCM, and NTA.
Okay.
Yeah. So SolarWinds platform is designed keeping in mind that entire OSI framework layer. Whether it comes to the network, we have some set of network modules to monitor to monitor the virtualization layer, the VMware or hypervisor. We have the virtualization manager, and basically to monitor the services within the server, or you need to write a script and monitor something, then you can make leverage of server and application monitor. If you have a storage boxes, and you can add it to SRM and then alert on it. If you have the databases, you can use database performance analyzer. If you haven't purchased DPA module, then you can monitor to some level of database monitoring using SAM, not fully, to some level. Microsoft SQL Server and MySQL will be monitored completely, whereas we have different flavors of databases like Oracle and Amazon Linux and everything, right? Amazon RDS, and so all those stuffs we need to monitor using database performance analyzer. So yeah, we'll discuss more. And log manager is basically for collecting the syslogs and traps from our network devices or Windows or Linux servers. And then we have server configuration manager, which basically gives us some details about server inventory, like uh, what is the version is running, what is the when was the patches installed, that kind of information. uh, Very less people use this server configuration manager, but if someone wants to use it, it's very straightforward. I mean, we just need to have a credentials to log in into the server, and then it will start pulling all the server related information. From there it will help you to manage it better. Like if you want to pull out a list of servers where this vulnerability patch has not been installed, you can simply pull it up using this module. So that kind of benefits we have, but very less related things that we'll discuss in this course. But just providing you an overview if you want to extend your use cases in your real-time environment. Yeah, and we can monitor on-premises host, SaaS applications, and then cloud devices as well within these modules. Basically, this bundle that here is called HCO bundle, Hybrid Cloud Observability Bundle. So apart from storage resource monitor and database performance analyzer, you'll get all the modules within HCO licensing model. Okay, previously we used to purchase a license for npm, we used to purchase license for traffic analyzer, we used to purchase license for ncm, purchase separate license for them. Now he have merged all these things into one license, except these two, and then provided us as a hco bundle. And how gonna he calculate the license? Depending upon the number of ip addresses that we add into npm. He's not even worried whether we are making leverage of this IP that is added in NPM with the other modules. He's only calculates based on the IPs that is added in NPM.
Okay.
Any
One moment.
questions? Yeah.
Yeah. So you said in HCO some modules will not come. What is that? What are those
Yeah.
modules?
You see the modules here. From these modules, storage resource monitor and database performance analyzer are not part of
Hold on,
HCO.
hold on.
Yeah.
I'm able to see only the PPT here. Yeah, are you sharing anything else?
Yeah, PPT only. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sharing PPT only. In the
Okay.
PPT architecture, do you see the storage resource monitor? I'm moving my mouse
No, no,
here.
no, 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 no. Only the
Oh,
the PPT first slide is showing. That's it.
which PPT? You're not seeing Orion or Core NPM?
No, 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 no. Course
Oh,
outline. It is there with the course outline only. Yeah, now it is.
oh,
Now I'm able to
okay,
see.
okay,
And
okay.
also your
I was explaining
hold on
about.
one
Yeah.
second. Let me increase your screen also. It is show short. And this interface is also new for me, new to me.
Mm,
This
yeah. I mean,
what is this? How to make this big one? I am not sure. One second. Camera share. Okay. Okay. I'm not able to find. Uh, hold on. I am talking to everyone. Okay. This is active camera. Yeah. So now I'm able to see your screen. Yep. So now, so in the HCO you said, so what are the additional things which will not come? Chandra, you're able to hear me? Hello?
oh yeah. So, okay. Okay. Someone has muted me. Maybe by a
Oh,
mistake, I
maybe
think.
no, no, no. Maybe my I might have done. I might have done
uh,
because I was clicking so
okay.
many things. Uh,
Yeah. I was, yeah. Okay, fine. Can you see this overview Orion Core
yes,
NPM PPT? Okay,
yes,
so
yes.
basically this was the thing that I was talking about. SolarWinds, I'll just give you a one more time explanation of what I did earlier so that you'll get some clarity. So SolarWinds platform is designed to monitor the on-premises, hosted and cloud applications as well. So we have these three modules here for designed for network monitoring.
Are you
These
moving the cursor?
virtualization manage.
Are you
Yeah,
using the
yeah, mouse.
no?
Yeah,
It is
I'm
not.
moving the mouse.
No, it's not moving here. So
Mm.
can you just? It is in the not in presentation mode. Are you doing in presentation mode or in the normal mode?
Yeah. I'm doing in the presentation mode.
Okay, so that is not visible to me. That is non-presentation mode. I'm able to see.
Uh-huh. What? Why is this? I think maybe is it a problem with the. Hmm. So can you see this Orion Core NPM?
Yeah, I'm able to see, but not in the presentation mode, in the regular mode. So
Uh-huh.
edit mode is there, right? In
Okay.
that mode, I'm able to see.
Okay. So now can you see my mouse?
No,
Now cursor moving. Can you see my cursor moving? No.
no. I think you can just stop the sharing and reshare
Yeah,
once again. Let's see.
yeah.
Yeah, it is stopped now.
1 minute, Raman.
Yeah, sure.
I'll try to share my entire screen and we'll see. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, I'm able to see your screen. Now can I just go to presentation mode? We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about now?
Yes, yes. So now it's perfect.
My cursor.
Yeah, now your cursor is also moving. I'm able to see
Okay.
that.
So basically, the first three modules here are um, you can see the screen, right? Still,
Yes, yes. Network
okay.
performance monitor.
Yeah, these three are designed for network. The virtualization manager is designed for VMware hypervisors monitoring. We just add those into these modules, and the server and application monitor uh, is basically has the capability to monitor what is there with inside the server, like services uptime, like any folder consuming any space, consuming any folder or any log file that has some keywords to find, that kind of information, some part of databases monitoring, any kind of script monitoring that will be useful in SAM. Okay.
Okay.
And SRM basically for storage boxes monitoring, and DPA for database monitoring. Log manager basically for monitoring syslogs and traps, and server configuration manager basically gives us the configuration details of the server. So within the modules that I'm showing here, apart from SRM and DPA, everything will be coming under HCO bundle.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
custom,
Got it.
they
Got
have
it.
some licensing structure called HCO 500, which means you can add up to 500 IP addresses to HCO within the SolarWinds. If it is
Okay.
HCO 750, you can have up to HCO 750.
Oh, is that a product name that is HUF 500 is a product name, or it's just a license or something?
No, it's a product name that comes with all these modules apart from these two.
Okay. Okay. So
Nowadays,
you
they
said.
have changed the license name
Mhm.
like that. HCO has hybrid cloud observability.
Are you looking for the best
Yeah.
Java?
Yeah, and you mentioned one point about this the licensing one. So it is based on the number
Mhm.
of IP addresses we have added, right? That
Yes, correct.
basically, so if a server is having a 4 IP address, so then
Mm.
it will consume 4 licenses.
You'll not add four IP addresses into SolarWinds console, right? You will only add
Oh,
one IP
okay,
address.
okay. The one which is
And
added
mm,
only for that it will take.
yes, you'll
Okay,
add using mostly one IP, and it
okay,
also has the capability to poll all the IP addresses associated to that server.
got it, got it.
Okay, and
Yeah,
the other polled ones will not be calculated as license.
got it, got it.
Yeah,
So one more question. So here in the
yeah.
under virtualization manager, what we will monitor?
The basic VMware ESXi hosts and hypervisors.
Okay, so means we can monitor hypervisors
Yeah,
using virtualization manager.
virtualization
So
manager.
don't we means is it not possible to monitor this ESXi host using server and application monitor?
No, if you want to make use of server and application monitor, there is a prerequisite that you need to add the IP address in network performance monitor.
Okay, so we have to add the ESXi host using network performance monitor and then
Make use of server and application monitor to monitor what are the things inside that server.
oh, is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, any other questions?
Yeah. So here you mentioned the Orion platform, right?
Yeah.
So now, so this is nothing but a HCO or that is different from this one.
Yeah,
HCO is different
actually,
from this.
the very first stage, SolarWinds name was Orion platform.
Mhm.
Okay, and later they have completely moved from Orion to SolarWinds. So this architecture was a very old one. I mean, nowadays Orion is replaced as completely as SolarWinds.
Mhm.
Okay, so but they still hasn't changed the name. But yeah, we call it as an Orion platform. Some people, whenever you hear a word called Orion platform,
Mhm.
you should simply think it as a SolarWinds platform.
Okay. So
Yeah,
SolarWinds platforms and Orion platform both are same.
both are same.
Okay.
So the moving on to the architecture, architecture is very simple, and yeah, firstly, SolarWinds is will only be installed on a Windows. It is developed on a .NET framework, and you can down once you purchase the license, whether it is HCO or NPM individual license, they'll give access to the customer portal, their SolarWinds customer portal. We can log in into that with our credentials, and then download the software. Once we download the software, uh, we should actually get 3 database server for a small environment. One for installing SolarWinds application, where we'll have the web console, and another is for SolarWinds database, where this application talks to the database, and the third server is for NTA, NetFlow. So SolarWinds recommends that SolarWinds Orion database and NetFlow database on two different servers, because the NetFlow data will be vast, and if storing both core and NetFlow database in one server will have a lots and lots of impact on the performance. So that's why they have designed architecture to have two databases and one polling engine. Polling engine is nothing but basically we'll talk about two concepts here: main polling engine and additional polling engine. For now, we'll discuss it as one application server. Okay.
Mhm. So, so you're saying the three database servers, one for application and another.
Two database server, one application server. uh, yeah, and one
Yeah.
application server will have website on it.
Okay.
We can scale our application servers
Okay.
depending upon the capacity.
Okay.
Okay, capacity of things that we are monitoring.
That is
And
that
for
is
the
that database you call it as Orion, SolarWinds Orion database, right?
basically, yeah, this database is called SolarWinds Orion database,
Uh-huh.
and this database is called NetFlow database, and this is our server.
Okay.
Okay, you try to think like we have three things. SolarWinds architecture consists of three elements. One is application server and two database servers. One is SolarWinds Orion database, and second one is NetFlow database.
Okay.
Okay, till here you are clear.
Yeah.
And now, once you have installed that, you can start adding your devices, network devices into this console. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and
Yeah.
this console and how it will work. So basically, um, your application server will contact the database or the device that you have added. It's a Linux server or a Windows server or a network server, and asks for the information, and then writes it into the database. For every 2 minutes, it performs the same way. For every 2 minutes, it uh, talks to the router or a Windows server, gathers the information like what is the CPU, what is the memory, what is the disk free size, and then writes it to the database. Okay.
Yeah. I got a question here.
Mm.
So So you said 3 database server, but here you have,
Two, two,
you have only 2
two
database server,
database
right?
server, two
2 database
database
server.
servers and one
Okay.
application server.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, one
Okay. One
application
application
server and
server, 2
two
database
database
server.
servers.
Got it.
Okay,
So if NTA is not there means then that is
you
enough,
can
right?
go with, yeah, that if NTA module is not there, you can only install single database.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
So and one more question is so with respect to this log one you said log
Mm,
analyzer or something.
yeah,
So
yeah,
that is to collect the syslogs from the clients and store it on the SolarWinds server.
SolarWinds server. No, it also earlier it used to store it on the same Orion database.
Okay.
Now, due to vast growth in logs, they have asking us to create a new database within the SolarWinds Orion server only
Hmm.
for log storage database,
Okay.
and all the logs being collected will be returned to log database.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why in your environment, if you might see another database called SolarWinds Orion log. Don't get confused. That means your log viewer logs are being ingested into SolarWinds log because of SolarWinds or database to avoid performance issues for SolarWinds Orion database.
So that database you said what do you call that one?
SolarWinds log viewer.
1 second. Log viewer. SolarWinds log viewer DB. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Please continue.
Okay. Yeah. So far clear, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm clear.
So yeah. So your application server, SolarWinds application server, will talk to the devices added into SolarWinds and then writes the information of whatever is being sent to the database. What
Yeah.
information? Like the metrics information, CPU, memory, disk space, up and down information, everything. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So this is a this is a very simple architecture. Now let's move to the high availability of this architecture. Okay. The
Okay.
database high availability, we are not even worried about it. It's something the SQL database team or the Microsoft SQL database team will take care.
Okay.
All that we just have to collect the uh, uh, they'll give us a virtual IP or a virtual host name that is being assigned to two database servers, and that we have to give it to our application. That's it.
Okay.
We are only responsible for our application high availability. So here, if our application goes down, we can't access this console, right?
Correct.
The database is running but the application is down, we can't access this console. So if the application is up, the database is down, we engage our DBS and they'll start working on it, and it's a mutual thing between both of us to set up a database at high availability. If we have to ask them for the better recommendations, and as per the SQL server standard, they will update the database high availability.
Okay.
But the application high availability is something that we have to configure. So there are two concepts in SolarWinds high availability. One is configuring the high availability within the same data center,
Okay.
meaning within the same subnet. Second thing is configuring the high availability within the different data centers in different data sets. Sorry, in data center.
Okay.
Okay. So one small thing that we have to take into consideration between these two is if we are configuring it on the same data center, a virtual IP will be fine. We can be used for configuring the I mean, for setting a virtual IP is required. What that virtual IP will do? Let's assume this is our main polar, and this main polar will be down, and basically this main polar will have two things here. One is the static IP and another one is the virtual IP that we have created for HA. Okay, if the main polar is down, this virtual IP will be shifted to standby. So that way, end users and the database doesn't know which if it is on whatever server it is, we can start communicating the end users and the database. It will not have impact.
So
Making sense?
yeah, so but yeah, so when you say high availability, so it is
Mm.
among the servers, right? Here, Polar is also there, and their server you're saying, what is this?
Standby Orion server. Let's forget about the polar. I'll tell you about the polar later
Okay,
stages and the
okay,
additional polling engine. You treat it as Orion server and standby server.
okay. So one will be active and another will be standby.
One will be active and another will be standby. Yeah.
So it
So
is always
active
like
passive
this
mode.
only.
Yeah, it is always like active passive mode.
Okay,
And we'll assign two IPs to the active. One is virtual IP and second is the static
actually,
IP. The virtual
okay,
IP is something that will be moving between standby and active.
okay,
Okay.
okay,
And that this is something within the high availability of within same data center or within
okay,
same subnet.
okay.
Okay. If the high availability is within two regions,
Mhm.
then we need a virtual host name. We need to bind the IP address to a virtual host name. So whenever main server goes down, it talks to our DNS server and gets the virtual host name and assign that to standby server. Okay. The reason because that for that is uh, within data center the local DNS would suffice. But if it is within different centers, with data centers, we need a DNS server, right? We need DNS information.
So that means, so even in the same data center also we need DNS, right?
But the local virtual DNS will be fine, right? To communicate if
Yes,
they both are on same subnet, there is no
correct,
communication. They can easily communicate without any kind of restrictions.
correct.
Yeah, that's the reason why they have designed like this. A simple concept behind is if you are planning for a on a same subnet, you have to use virtual IP. If you are planning for on multiple subnets on different subnets, you have to get a virtual host name, and that virtual host name you have to update in your DNS records and provide those DNS server details for the SolarWinds server. That's it.
Mhm. But yeah, so let's say I have server one and server two, server one in India, server two in US. So
Mhm.
virtual host name means, so how
Yeah, a
it
name
will,
like suppose for example, uh, let's say our virtual host name is nothing but an IP that has a host name
okay,
like india.solarwinds.com and us.solarwinds.com, and our you can create there are two servers here, india.solarwinds server and us.solar, and you here you can create a virtual host name like global.solarwinds.com and
but the same
use
thing,
that.
yeah,
mm,
yeah, I'm sorry, but the same thing even we will be doing even for virtual IP also, right? Even for
yeah, it
virtual
will.
IP also, we'll be doing the same thing, right?
Correct, but you don't need to give any DNS server details here for in the virtual in the first case. In the first case, you don't need any DNS IP, any DNS host name. It will automatically create a local IP within the network so that it starts communicating between these two without contacting your DNS server.
Mhm. Okay, so if you have any link to understand more, you can just share it with me. I'll just go through it. Yeah,
Okay,
somewhere I have some doubts on this, how it
okay,
works in
okay.
the backend.
That's how it
Just
is designed, basically between single subnet and multiple subnets. But I can
okay,
give it to you. Yeah,
yeah, sure.
and yeah. Uh, I just want to give you one more thing. This Orion server, where our website is hosting, is also called as a main polar. Okay, just keep in. We'll also have call it as main polar.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so just keep in mind. And now we'll look at the capacity things of SolarWinds. So yeah, the latest version of SolarWinds uh, can support up to 12,000 elements. 12,000 elements is nothing but I mean, for example, if you add a network router, a router has 10 interfaces, right? A router and router has 10 interfaces. Here it will constitute of 11 elements. If you add a Windows server and it has C drive and D drive and two interfaces, here it will contribute, it will take the capacity of 5 elements. Okay,
mhm.
am I making sense?
Yeah. So
Like
so Windows
like
use
this?
so
Yeah, go ahead.
Windows. Are you moving your mouse?
No, I'm at the Orion capacity
Okay.
PPT.
The
Can
slide.
you see it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. 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 So now, when you say for Windows, you said it takes 5 elements, right?
Yeah, I'm just giving you an example. It can be many things. Let's assume we have a Windows server that is added into
Okay.
SolarWinds.
Hmm.
And moreover, uh, okay, yeah, let's say we have a Windows server and we have C drive, D drive, and two
Hmm.
interfaces in it. And we
Okay.
have added C drive, D drive, and two interfaces into monitoring. Now, what is the element concept in SolarWinds? The, the each monitoring entity is considered as an element. Here for a Windows server, these five things, 5 elements has been used by one Windows server.
Okay. So Windows server is one element. C drive, D drive, interface one
Is
and two
one
is
element.
another.
Yeah,
Hmm.
like such, SolarWinds application server can handle up to 12,000 elements.
Okay.
That's it. That's it capacity. That's the capacity of SolarWinds.
Okay.
Okay, let's say if you added a router with 10 interfaces, it will
Mhm.
consider as 11 elements. That like that, it will approximately monitor it, and approximately around 540 or 550 IP address will contribute to this 12,000 elements based on my past experience.
Okay. So now, when it comes to router, you said it, 11 elements, right? And interfaces. Is
Yeah,
interface is nothing but one port on the
yeah,
one port,
correct.
physical port on the router?
Yeah, perfect. A physical port is nothing but an interface. When it has actually uh, written some configuration, the iOS configuration, it actually changes. We call it as interface. A physical port is nothing but an interface.
Okay. So if they, means if they are using one port for multiple purpose, do we call it as multiple interfaces on that, or is there something like that, or
No,
it is
no, no.
always
It's a
only
single
one port on
interface
that,
only.
single
It's a
interface?
single interface only.
Okay.
Yeah, like that. Will one polling engine, or sorry, one main poller can accommodate you up to 12,000 elements. What if, let's say, these 12,000 elements I mean, let's assume 500 IP addresses has reached these 12,000 elements.
Okay.
500 IP addresses has reached these 12,000 elements,
Okay.
and we still have 500 devices, 500 IP addresses.
Okay.
What do we do? We have a concept called scalability engine, which is nothing but an additional polling engine. We can install SolarWinds software on another Windows server where we'll not have a website on it. But apart from website, everything will be worked as a main server only. That is called additional polling engine or a scalability polling engine or a additional polar. Okay,
Okay. So that means
so
no on the pollers there will not be a website application. Only the
yeah,
polling will be there.
yeah. Some people are sometimes the main server, they call it as
Okay.
main polar and additional polars. That's the name. That's the naming that some people also call it. Main polling engine, additional polling engine, main polar, additional polar. All those are main polar means we'll have a website. Additional polars will not have a website. It will talk to the main polar about the status, about the heartbeat of the server, and it will do other functionalities like collecting the other 500 device information and writing to the database.
So in the additional polar one, um, uh, will there be any database for this additional polar also?
Yeah, it will again talk to the same SolarWinds Orion database.
Okay, but it will not have the database.
It will not have the database. It will talk to the SolarWinds Orion database only. How
Mhm,
many you can have more number of additional polars depending upon your capacity, depending upon your IP addresses.
mhm.
Okay, and all that will talk to your SolarWinds core database that you have installed only.
Okay. So that means uh, does this additional polar uh, directly talk to web
Database.
server or the
Yeah,
directly talk to web
it
database?
talks to the database and the status, whether it is up and running, if it is able to, if it is all the SolarWinds services are working fine, will be communicated to main server. The other information which is collected by the other 500 IP addresses like CPU memory information will be directly returned to the database by the additional polling engine.
So that means all the data means only the polar will collect the information and send it to main server.
Uh, no, I mean it's own. I mean main additional polar will talk to the database. It has its own thing set of capabilities. Whatever main polar will do. I mean some main polar should know, right? Whether the
Yes.
all the additional polling engine is working fine or not. That
Mhm,
heartbeat only will be sent about the status of that server. Heartbeat only will be communicated to main polar.
mhm. Okay. So uh, okay, let's say the main polar database is down. Okay. So
Mm.
what is the status of this additional polar? What will
So
happen?
yeah, so these additional polar will start collecting the information from the devices or IP addresses assigned to it for monitoring and writes it to the database.
So the
But
database.
you can't log in into the server. You can't log in into the URL console, SolarWinds Web
Okay.
Console, because
Okay.
main polar is down. Once you log in into the main polar console, when the main polar is back up, then you can see the things that has been done by your additional polar.
Okay. So are we connecting the database to this additional polar?
Yes, yes,
Okay. So
yes.
okay.
On how
So
many servers you have to connect your database to this server.
okay. So for all the additional polars, we need to connect to the database server.
Correct.
Okay.
So yeah, so I think we'll move to the system requirements. Basically, the hardware requirements. So what I mean, I was just telling you about, right? What kind of window, if it is a Windows server, how much CPU should we have? How much hard disk should we have? How much memory should we have? So if it is a small scale environment, let's say if it is very less devices, okay, up less than 500 elements. If it is if elements are less than 500, then a 4 core or 8 core and a 16 to 32 GB, whatever you prefer, is fine. Okay, and if it is a large environment, you can have from 8 core. Minimum is 8 core, maximum is 12 core. You can have beyond 12 core as well, depending upon if you want a higher performance. And the RAM is 32 GB and 64 GB. Okay, you here have also given the hardware requirements link as well. I'll share the PPT and you can look at this link and find out or design your hardware requirements accordingly. Okay.
Yeah. So, Chandra, I am getting one more question. So,
Mm.
this in the let's say we have the both the two web servers on the same site, that is in the same subnet. Okay. So we need to create a
Two,
virtual IP,
yeah,
right?
two web
We need to
servers or two SolarWinds servers.
okay.
One main
Okay.
server and okay,
Another is standby.
okay. Oh, you're
Can we?
talking about high availability. Okay, okay,
Yeah, high
okay.
availability.
Mm, mm,
So
mm.
in high availability, can we make both nodes as a high available? Or that means they
No,
can both be active?
mm, no. The SolarWinds
Okay,
is designed in such a way that you'll only it works only in the active passive mode.
okay. That's the
You
first
can
question. And
have an additional
uh
web server as well,
mhm.
which will not do the polling for you, like whatever the 2 minutes thing that you actually collect from the devices and write to the database, right? That
Mhm.
will not be performed by the additional web server. The additional web server will give you the flexibility for more users connecting to SolarWinds at once. Let's say you have an addition, you have some 50 people logging into SolarWinds, and so you see the SolarWinds is taking a lot of time because of too many users logged in. Then you can give additional web server where this web server will accommodate you another extra 10 or 15 users.
Okay. So in that
Yeah,
case, we will have the virtual IP, right?
yeah. For the additional web server, you'll not have anything. It will also be active. Uh, for virtual IP will be when you are on the same subnet in an active passive mode. If you have configured your HA in active passive mode, you have to use your virtual IP.
Getting confused. So, so first question is, let's say we have only one web server. Okay. So in that
Okay.
one web server, we will add another web server in the same
Okay.
subnet.
Yeah.
If we add that, then one will
You
be
have to
active,
use
another will be passive,
be
right?
standby.
So passive,
Mm, mm,
standby.
mm.
Okay, I'll go
Yeah.
to standby. Okay. So now you said one more thing. So if the more number of if there are more number of users for the application, in that
Yeah.
case, how the two nodes will act?
Yeah, forget about the additional web server concept. I'll tell you later. Once you got a better understanding of SolarWinds, we'll discuss about this additional web server. So
Okay.
that's why I don't want to reveal the additional web server concept anywhere in the slides because we'll have too many questions.
Okay.
During the time of installation, I think you'll get a better understanding of what role additional web server plays. Let's
Okay.
focus on two servers which are acting in the active passive mode.
Okay.
Yes, if these two server which works in active passive mode are on same subnet, you need a virtual IP.
Okay. So this virtual IP is configured where? Where do we configure this virtual IP?
Uh,
Is it in the
you
application?
yes,
So in the
in the
application, so in
application
the SolarWind
settings,
application, we configure it.
in the SolarWinds application, we'll configure it.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Yeah.
So yeah, any questions on the system requirements? I mean, there
No.
is a good documentation that it will be changing. You can refer that,
Yeah.
and then yeah.
This will be
So
keep changing, right?
yeah,
So
this keeps
as
changing.
according to the
Yeah,
requirements, we have to build it.
yeah. So there are some standard ports related to SolarWinds that we have to keep in mind. Or I mean, it might come to you while working on the system. So 17777 is a SolarWinds Orion module engine, which is a SolarWinds core service port. Yeah, I think maybe yeah, what I'm thinking is, so let's uh, discuss about these ports once we have installed the SolarWinds software. After that, most of your questions will be clarified.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Meanwhile, I'll just show you. some things. So this is a demo SolarWinds environment if you want to use. So once you have deployed or installed SolarWinds software on all your servers, you'll get an access console page. Here, if you go to settings, all settings, and then if you go to yeah, I think you can go this way as well. In the settings tab, if you go to my deployment, you'll see all your servers here.
Okay.
Okay, if I expand the main pool, here you see there you have two servers. One is main server and one is main server backup. Okay, this is the HS setup that we do. We do our HS setup in this page. We just install the SolarWinds software, and then once we come to this page, we can see all our servers here.
Okay.
So and the on the on the standby server, you will also see this option. You just have to click on this, and for this server, which is your backup server, which is your active server, that you have to select and click next. And here you have to give your virtual host name. For example, let's say if these two are on the same subnet, let's assume if these two are on the same subnet, yeah, these two are on the same subnet. Oh no, these two are on the different subnet. So let's go back and I see there is,
So here, are you setting up a high availability for the Polar or
yes,
web server?
web server, it is already built. See,
Okay.
web server, it is already built,
Yeah.
main
But
pool. Okay.
but now
It,
you're yeah.
yeah,
Sorry.
I'm setting it up for the other additional polars. Setting
Okay.
up the HA for main pole and additional polars, both are same.
Okay. So if we set up HAF on the additional Polar, what will happen?
Same, like one will be active and one will be standby. Let's assume now we want to set up a HA for these two.
Okay.
Okay, additional
Okay.
polar
Polar,
and
Polar
additional
backup.
polar backup. We will select this. Okay, and next, see, this will be active and this will be standby. If this goes down,
Okay.
the services will be automatically switched to here.
Okay. So that means we can configure high availability on the web server level and also on the Polar level. Is that the one you
Yes,
say?
yes.
Okay. Okay.
Let's use the words main polar and additional polars so that you'll get used to it, and that's how we're gonna call it as well. Main polar is where we'll have website. Additional polars will are our scalability servers.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. So one more question is, um, so okay, by default, okay, I'll check how it is configured in my environment,
Yeah.
and let
If
me
you
see.
go to settings, my deployment, you can see it. And
Okay.
yeah, let's assume you want to create a HA pool for these two.
Mhm.
Here you have to firstly select that and then select the main server, active server, and give the virtual IP. 10.0. You can check with your team and find out the IP that is not assigned on the same subnet and use that IP. Okay.
Okay.
Here I guess, yeah, 100 dot, these two are on the same subnet, right? 0.100, 0.100, and I'll use 10.5. So, and then click next and then create pool. That's it. It
Okay.
will automatically create a virtual IP, and this virtual IP will be fluctuating here and there. Let's say we want to set up HA on different subnets, 100.4 and 200.3. Okay,
Mhm.
100.2 200.3 and 100.4. Here you see a virtual host name is needed. It's not virtual IP. Let's Orion dot SolarWinds.com virtual host Orion SolarWinds. Let's give this name and then click next. So here it is asking us to give the DNS server details, so that it will place the record of this DNS and IP within that server, within the DNS server, and whenever active goes down, the other server will talk to the DNS server and pull the information of the virtual host name and assigns it to it. So basically, here in this concept, this 200.3 will have two virtual host names.
To virtual
Okay,
host.
when it goes down, that virtual host name, the second will be assigned to 100.4.
Okay.
So that way users will have will be communicated to a single virtual host name whenever the services goes down.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's the concept behind it. A very, some only two concepts on a single subnet or on a multi subnet. If it is on a single subnet, you have to use virtual IP. You have to talk to your DNS team or whatever team, get an IP within the same subnet which is available. You just have to give it here and submit. Whereas in the other case, you have to create a DNS record and give the DNS record here along with your DNS server details.
So in the first case, don't we need a DNS record?
No, that's what, yeah, we don't need. So I'll just
So,
show
so,
you.
so only the IP address we can take it?
Yes. Let's assume these two are on the same subnet, right?
3 and 4.
100.3 and
Yes.
100.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll click next. I'll
Here it is asking a virtual IP address only. But
correct.
whenever we create, every IP address will have some names, right? So how do we with what IP the customers, the users will access this application now?
Yeah, this 100.5.
Is it 100.5?
Yes.
So
Yes.
that means
You can
so
also do that. You can also do one more thing. You can give that 100.5 also a name, and
Mhm.
then give that name to the users. See here, it directly giving us an option to create pool without any DNS details.
Mhm. But okay, so but actually, technically, I think it's both are same, right? IP or host name, because
Host name both.
we on host name also it'll have the IP address in the backend. So, but here you're saying only the name means uh, yeah,
Yeah,
so there may be some
yeah,
reason.
both are same. Maybe if some people does not want to give their
Hmm.
DNS server details in this, then
Okay.
I think that's where they brought this concept, I believe.
Hmm. Okay.
And moreover, uh, the credentials that we have to pass here is not a normal user credentials. It should almost have some admin level privileges only. So where
Admin
means
privileges of
uh,
admin level privileges of.
to connect to DNS server.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, here I'm trying to set it up for two WAN sites, and here we have to give the DNS server and zone, and then if I, yeah, only after giving this, then it will ask for it, I guess. Microsoft, yeah, see, it's asking for a username and password to connect to this DNS server, and uh, s- these DNS server, we should the username should have remote admin access to uh, the DNS server. Making sense?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so that's a concept of HA. I can share you the link.
What? How this works? This demo is saying, right? How this works?
I mean,
This
it's a public site
availability.
demo. Everyone can
Okay.
access it.
Oh, is it? It means we should have logins and
No, no, no.
should.
You just have to
Huh?
click on that. It will automatically
Huh?
prompt a logins for you. Just log in and just use it, just to show the users how the interface of SolarWinds will look like.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I just pasted you the link as well in the chat if you want.
Yeah. Yeah. I clicked on it. I'll go through after this class.
Or so this is how you can configure WMI as well. So basically, you need to create a user and then give that user WMI user and then give the password and use that password as well to add the device into SolarWinds. Say,
Okay. So here you're creating a local account, right?
yeah, here in we are creating a local account.
Okay. So okay. So now if I create in the domain from there, it will be pushed. That account will be pushed here.
Yeah, yeah.
The account
Service
is
will
invalid and does not exist.
the
The
account
password is
will
invalid. The account is
running a shared process. So the computer is running on Windows. So we have to. I think maybe we have to create a user and then we'll see once we are done. What's happening?
but in the production environment, we'll be using the WMI only, right?
Correct. So for some people use, some people will leave it for SNMP V1 and V2 only. But you
Okay.
can suggest them like to use V3, sorry
Okay.
WMI because V1 and V2 very much less secure.
Okay.
So you were you able to log in into the system once you have installed it? Have you logged
Uh,
in?
yes. I was able to see the GUI.
Okay. So configure the username and password and everything.
No. I have not done all those things. But after installation, I rebooted it and I was able to.
So no errors in the configuration wizard as well, right?
No errors.
Okay. I'm trying to connect to open the UI, GUI. I think it's not coming up. And
Maybe
that is more
reboot.
related to the services error only.
Maybe by rebooting it.
Connection to SQL Server. The server was not found or was not accessible. SQL Server is configured. So where have you configured the database?
I
Like
have not configured any database because
no, no, no.
that's the.
In the configuration wizard, what details
Uh-huh.
have you
So
have you
the basic one, there are two options, right? One is the scale one, and another one is simple one, where
hmm,
we install everything on one server, right?
yeah, yeah.
And on that machine, means I selected that option, and it went through without any
Okay.
issues.
It is failing to connect to the database. Let's see. A network related or instance specific while establishing a connection to have services here. Microsoft SQL. Okay. The database is stopped, so that's why. database is stopped, so maybe. Okay. Okay. So hopefully this time I think we should not get any errors. Let's see. So after restarting or rebooting, the very first time, don't worry too much. I think it's gonna take some time to load. Once we log in and just access the first few tabs, everything should be very fast for you. So it's in your production environment as well. It might not be this much slow, but you'll experience some slowness when when you restart your services. So need not to restart the services again and again. Here I think the CPUs are the problem, so that's why it is taking this much time. I've seen all our services are consuming more space. Yeah, I'll try to explain here what we have done over there, so that meanwhile while that comes up, we'll just try to authenticate and see. So to add a node, we have to go to manage nodes and then add node. Once we have the IP address, so here there are three options under the polling method. One is external node. So these is very rarely used. So let's say you have a device and you don't need a monitoring for that, but you can let's say something in the cloud, and there is nothing SNMP or WMI you can't enable on that, or it's not even infrastructure, but you have to collect something by running the scripts. At that time, you can select this and do it. For example, let's say um, O365 is a direct Microsoft suite which companies go to Microsoft and purchase. They don't maintain any kind of infrastructure. That kind of nodes, Outlook.office 365 can be given here and can be selected as external node. Okay. Hello.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
Chandra.
got it right for first
Yeah,
one. So, and the
first one.
second thing is if you don't have any SNMP WMI enabled, you can select for status only ICMP, which means for this node only ICMP monitoring is done.
Okay.
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 Third one is
One question, Chandra. Sorry. On the first one, the external node one.
yeah,
Okay, so what do we monitor there? Okay, I got the example when we need to use it, but
yeah,
let's say you mentioned that Office 365, right?
yeah,
Okay, so so what we can monitor on that Office 65, Office 365? Is it like
yeah,
uh,
like number of if. So it actually tells us there is a template which is
mhm,
provided by SolarWinds in SAM.
mhm,
When you assign that template to Office 365, it tells you that our O365 is up or not, how many users has logged into has installed your O365 seat in mobile, how many
mhm.
active users are there. All that information it is showing. I'll show you when it comes to the SAM.
Okay. Okay, so here we are just adding the node here, but here we are not saying what to monitor, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So for the external node, that's correct. We are not doing anything. We are just adding a node, and because we don't have any infrastructure over there, we just add the node. That's it.
Okay.
So yeah, and ICMP, which we just now
Yes.
discussed, and
Yes.
the other one is SNMP and ICMP. So here ICMP is only used for collecting the status of that device, of this device. Let's say here, okay. Okay.
So status of the device means
Yeah, up and
in
down.
ping.
Yeah,
Okay.
up and yeah. I think it is coming up. So it's just it gives us the ping. Here we just have to give our SW training. Why am I giving this as SW training?
So this you configured somewhere.
Yeah, within the server, this is the community string, right? So with this, it will do the handshake. Okay. Now we have got the console. This is your console. I'll just
Okay.
try to. What password should I? Can I place the same password? Welcome 123.
Yeah. So create password. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome 123.
Yeah. This is the password to log in into the your server as well. This
Okay.
server.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I'm keeping the same password. Username is admin and the password is this.
Okay.
Password is not strong enough. So I will just give 123 exclamatory. Can you write it somewhere, Raman? I think the
Yeah.
password
Yeah.
is welcome 123 exclamatory.
Yeah. Done.
So we will try to add this node so that let's say this is the IP address where we have configured SNMP v2 and this IP will be added in SolarWinds already because this is a SolarWinds server only and as the agent is installed it will be automatically discovered and added, but that's okay. We'll just try to see different ways to different polling methods can be used for adding a node.
So you said the agent is already installed. What agent?
SolarWinds agent, when you
So can you
install a
say?
SolarWinds product on any server, the agent will
Uh-huh.
be automatically installed.
Okay.
I'll uninstall this and will also show you how to install agent as well.
Okay.
So I'll just click on add node. I'm just providing the IP address. Uh, SNMP v2 is our authentication. It's not read right, it's only read. So SW capital, SWT is capital, and then test it.
So I think so we can have both the community string and read write community string. Two strings will be there, I believe, right?
You can have both. I mean, let's say for example, if I have added it as read
Community
write,
string.
okay, here instead of here you
Got
should give it here.
it. Got it.
Right?
So read write train. Okay.
Yeah, correct. So yeah,
So
no
so
one, yeah, many
so
people will not give you read write. As I told you, it will be scanned under vulnerability settings if you give read write.
okay.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. You were saying something.
Okay, so they have given two options here: community string. Okay, community string and read write community string.
Correct.
So value. Can you please go to the previous step, the one which you where you configured?
Yeah.
Okay, so here you are given this one only community string. Okay, so the
So
community
here,
only we have to agree only community.
yeah,
Okay, so here this is a built-in one. So
correct.
so there they have provided two options, right? Two to provide two communities, right? So can we have both or
It's only one. If yes, let's say if they have enabled read only instead of read write here,
okay?
instead of in read only, it's read write here. These SW training should be here, not in
Oh,
this place.
oh, okay,
Okay.
okay. Read write means we need to give here. Read only
Yeah,
means we need to give on the top.
correct.
Okay, okay, got it.
So the test is successful, right? This is how the V1 and V2 works.
Okay,
And if it is a V3, which we unfortunately we can't give it, so it's a similar process that we enable in Linux. In Linux SNMP v3, there is some good documentation as well, which you can read how to enable SNMP v3 in Linux. You have to provide the username and the type of authentication and authorization. So those credentials will be given to you by the Linux engineer. You have to add this, the username, the passwords for this MD5 and AES128, and then test it. Like I said, there are two tabs here. The first tab is read only for SNMP v3, and this tab is for read write SNMP v3 credentials. Similarly, how we have for v2.
okay.
Okay.
So in the production environment, like means who what is being used, like V2 or V3? Example
V3
based on your
is
experience.
preferred. I mean, some people uses V2 as well, but V3 is preferred.
Okay. So in large environment, if you have thousands of servers means, so how do we manage this? Do we need to
Like, I
go
mean,
with
they
the
have some Ansible playbooks to run this and enable at once.
okay,
Yeah, they'll create some Ansible playbooks and will run those
okay.
to
So
bulk enable SNMP V2 or V3, WMI, all those.
okay, okay.
Yeah, 1 minute.
No problem.
Yeah, sorry for that.
Yeah, no problem.
In large environments, I mean, they create, if it is a WMI enablement means they'll try that to the domain and there they'll just join. Yeah, this is for SNMP v3. So if it is a WMI means you have to select this here, WMI and ICMP. Here you have to give the username and password. Okay.
Okay.
For
So
if you
this
have any,
account,
yeah,
we need to create it on the Windows machine.
correct.
Okay. So if that Windows machine is, if you don't want to give that Windows machine means, then we need to create a domain account in the AD,
Yeah,
and that client should be that Windows client should be part of that AD.
correct.
Okay,
And
from
then
there.
that push that to all the Windows servers.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and the next thing is the agent polling. So yeah, there are two ways which we can do the agent polling. I'll skip this part for now. I'll show you how to install an agent uh, in next few minutes. And this one is orchestrators API polling. Nowadays we have some uh, cloud manager things, right? Like let's say Meraki devices or some no, Meraki or Juniper. No one is actually bringing a physical routers or Meraki devices and setting up in their data centers. Now everything is cloud, right? So they will just pay some amount to Meraki devices and they purchase some like how we purchase cloud machines. Similarly, they'll purchase network device as well. For that, we have to select Meraki and give that API key. That's it. That's how it is. So this is very often less used. Most probably, we'll use either WMI or SNMP
Okay.
or Windows Agent. See the polling host name as well change it to api.meraki.com when I selected the orchestrators as Meraki. Okay,
Okay.
so yeah, these are some polling methods. So VMware hypervisor Nutanix also is something that we will see when we come to the vman module. Okay,
Okay.
so I'll just show you this agent one, how to set up an agent. So if you go to settings, all settings, and go to manage agents, here you have something called download agent software. So there is one agent installed on this local machine already. That is what it is showing up here. uh, I can uninstall that and do the installation. Okay, I need to do that in the control panel. Agent is uninstalled. We will try to delete this node from here. Okay, so download agent software. Here you have two options to select. On what machine are you currently installing the agent? Either Windows or Linux. So if you want to install an agent on a Linux machine, you have to select this. So I'll just tell you what are the steps for Linux. So I have selected Unix. Click next. Here you have two things. Either manually install using wget or via package management tools. Okay. Firstly, we'll see this. Here, once you have selected that some using package management, you can come here. You can select your flavor of the Linux, Red Hat Linux. Accordingly, it will change the commands. You can copy this and do some uh, Ansible playbook running or any kind of automation that you want to deploy. Okay, we just have to copy this script and give it to the respective engineers. They will push it to the respective Linux servers. If there are bulk Linux servers, they'll push it over there, and then you can run this command, second command. So basically, the first command will connect to our SolarWinds server and will download the software, agent software, and the second one will install the agent software. You
Okay.
can
And we,
look at the commands as you are familiar with Linux after this session, and let
yeah.
me know if you have any questions. Uh,
Can we run the
and
same command on multiple machines?
yeah, if you want to run it on a multiple machines, you have to use this option.
This is the option you selected. Okay. No, the first one you selected, right? The
No, no, no.
downloading one.
I have selected the second one
Second one.
right just
Okay.
now. Yeah, first one I'll just show you now. Yeah, even these as well, you can run it on multiple machines. There is nothing uh, uh, being stopped. It is just connect to the server and downloads it. And once we select the first option, it will ask for a Linux Unix distribution. You have to select your distribution, and here we have two things: agent initiated and server initiated. As we discussed in the very first class in the polling methods, so the recommended is agent initiated. Agent initiated is something where agent asks for the console for the SolarWinds whether I can send the data or not. Server initiated is something server asks for, server pushes the data to SolarWinds agent.
Okay.
Okay, so nothing much major to understand about these two. So if it is an agent initiated, 17778 is the port that has to be opened. If it is server initiated, 17790 is the port that has to be opened between your SolarWinds server and your Linux server.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's just a port that you have to enable. Uh, SolarWinds recommends 17778, and here are our polling engine details that 1 minute I'll show you. When I clicked on generate command, it has actually generated a command.
Mhm.
What this command will do, it will connect to our SolarWinds server and then download the agent, and within this server these credentials will be there. Okay,
Okay.
these credentials which we are showing up here, these will be placed so that once the agent installation is done, it will be automatically connected to this IP address. Okay,
That's a polling engine we need to select it, right?
yeah, polling engine, I mean, at the end when you install an agent, you should tie it to a polling engine, right? You should
Correct.
attach
Correct.
it to a polling engine. So that's the details that you select here. If you have multiple polling engines, you'll get the drop down for selecting the other polling engine.
Okay. So do we have the same option in the other one also? So this is manually we are downloading it and installing it, and the other
Yeah,
one is
manually copying the script and uh, uh, pasting it. The other one is also the script which you have to mm, add and run that.
okay.
Yeah, the other one is a script where you have to copy it and install it and then attach it to a polling engine by running few more commands.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's with respect to Unix or Linux. Now is Windows. So when we select Windows, we have three options for Windows as well here. One is installing manually, which will do it. Next thing is mass deploy to multiple machines using group policy. And the third one is distribute via golden master image. Okay, so if you, I mean, these are, I'm not 100% sure about this option. Yeah, golden master. Yeah, maybe during the time of mm, while spinning up a Windows server itself, when you want to install SolarWinds agent, at that time, I think you can download this and run it. I'm not 100% sure, but this option, when you select this and then download this MSI and MST, you can hand it over to SCCM team, and they will push this both MSI and MST fields to all your Windows servers. MST will have the connection details of our polling engine. MSI is our uh, software, agent software. Okay,
Okay.
so we'll see the first option, installing manually. When I installed manually, it gave me an option to download MSI. So I'll just download the MSI. So once it is done, I'll open it. Yeah, once click on next, accept the agreement, next, in which folder do you want to install this agent, and it tells you the agent version as well, and then next, and then when you install, the installation will begin. So far the installation is done, and now it is asking us for the host where this agent has to be connected. Basically, the details of our SolarWinds where this agent has to be connected. Okay, here let's you can provide the IP address. In our case, it's localhost. We have given the localhost and the username and password to connect to that. Uh, SolarWinds server. Basically, here it will be our console credentials we have to pass. Whoever has admin privilege, they can give their credentials here. I'll give admin and then welcome 123 exclamatory and then click OK. Okay, I'm trusting that certificate. Yeah, that's it. You can give your AD account as well. It is just for connection. It will not use your credentials uh, in the username and password section. It is just for your one time connecting that agent to SolarWinds server. See, once you have that in the manage agents page, you can see this server where you have installed SolarWinds agent. You can either click it and then manage it as node. Here it's already being managed as node, so that's why it is you haven't got this option. Okay, so it's already being managed as a node earlier, so that's why it is not showing it for you.
It's
So all your agents will be shown here in the deploy in the manage agents page.
Okay. So can we have one node managed by both SNMP and agent?
No, I mean you'll get a conflict while adding a node saying this IP address is already being monitored. Do you
Okay.
still want to add it?
Okay.
If you still want to add it, you can add it using another polling engine, but not on the same polling engine. But adding it on other polling engine will actually cause you some licenses, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that's
But
why,
can we add it? But can we
yeah,
add
you
it from
can
the
add it.
different polling engine?
Yeah, you can add it from the different polling engine. It will give you a prompt as well, like this node is already being managed. Do you still want to add it? At that time, if
Okay.
you want, if you still have the necessary or requirement to add it, you can add it.
Uh-huh.
Okay, here you see the polling method is by default is agent.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll see with these polling and custom properties and everything. It's a very large NPM topics. We'll see that later. So for
Okay.
now, these are the polling methods, and this is how we have to configure it for polling to be happening. See, now it is showing as green. So once you have added the node, if you want to control few things like uh, SNMP or WMI or agent pulls all the information like what is there within this server. Let's say we have C drive, we have this interface, we have CPU memory, and if you want to control few things like these things are not required for me to add, you can select and unselect this within the list resource page. Okay. If you don't want a virtual memory or some unwanted things to be monitored from this server, you can unselect it from here in
So
the
how do
list.
we reach here? How do the steps to see this?
Like,
Go to the
just select, go to manage nodes. Okay, search for the
okay.
node, select it, and list resource.
List resource. Okay.
Yeah, when you open that, uh, when you open the node, there as well you can see it in the management tab. When you open the node, here in the management tab, you'll get the list resources tab. There as well, you can access it.
Okay. So
See
it shows what it is being currently monitored, right?
what all things are we getting from this device,
Okay. Okay.
and the selected ones are being monitored. Unselected ones are not being monitored.
Okay.
So see, let's say on this device, uh, it has CPU and memory, so it has selected it, and the status and response time. It is monitoring through agent. You can change it to ICMP as for if you want to know, if you want some faster response. If ICMP traffic is blocked on your network, then you can change the status and response time to agent only. Okay,
Okay.
okay, I'll
So
keep it
under
ICMP.
okay, once we select the CPU and memory, under CPU, what metrics are being monitored? Examples.
Like, I mean, it
Uh,
collects the current CPU utilization, total number of cores, and how much each core is actually being utilized. All that
that
information.
that information where we can see
So, I mean, in the node details page only.
no details only. Okay.
Here, when you open the node, you can see the top CPUs by percent load. See,
Okay.
yeah. So, yeah, just try to navigate to this page once we are
Okay.
done. So, yeah,
Okay.
here in the second tab, vital stats, see the response time from this node is 3, no packet loss. CPU load is 0, memory is 0. I think it is still pulling the information. And here it should show you the top CPUs, list of all CPUs, minimum, maximum of CPUs, and everything it will show.
Okay.
Yeah. So just give it some time and see these metrics. So it
Okay.
should report all this information. Okay.
Okay.
So here C drive and D drive are not being monitored. I'll select those to monitoring. Let's say D drive is a D here is a disk DVD drive and you don't want it, you can unselect it. So if you have any scheduled task and you want to uh, add those or appear those or monitor those, you can select this. Asset inventory is nothing but the inventory information of the server. So yeah, the server configuration, software inventory, hardware inventory, IAS information, all that will be pulled. Let it be. So this part I'll is something related to SAM, which I'll cover in SAM. So I'll keep that. I'll leave that as it is now. I'll unselect it and submit it. just taking some time to submit. Let's see. So yeah, that's selected and submitted. That's it. So yeah, I think you can start looking at those information which I told today. So you'll get some clarity. If you want, you can configure the SNMP with other name and try to add that node as well using a different community string name and try to add that. Okay.
Okay. So here we got only one machine, right? So we have to try it only with one machine only.
Yeah, we have to try it only with one machine. That's what I was telling you in the first day, right? So lab setup is two things. So we'll see if we have any other options like DNS3 or anything. If my laptop supports or can handle the load, then I'll try to set up in my laptop and show it to you, and can also give you control if you want to do something. Nothing much, it's just adding the routers, like how we add these servers, and the other in all the other information which the node gets or how it can be managed, all that I'll show you in the demo of SolarWinds console.
Okay. Okay.
You can
Sure.
practice it within your environment if you have it in your practical environment.
Okay.
So with that, we'll look at what are the different hardware requirements that we need to install SolarWinds. SolarWinds platform will only run on Windows machine. Okay. Firstly, we'll look at the hardware requirements. We require a virtual machine with 4 core or 8 cores. A virtual machine with CPUs as 4 core or 8 cores, hardware RAM as 16 GB or 32 GB. And
Got
these
it.
requirement is for a smaller environment to medium environment. If it is a
Okay.
smaller environment, let's say 500 elements.
Sure.
We
Got it.
discussed about elements yesterday, right? If it is only
Yes,
500
yes.
elements, which approximately, to my knowledge, contributes around 70 to 100 nodes or 70 to 100 devices, can go with 4 core and 16 GB RAM. If it is a medium environment, where it ranges between 500 to 2000 elements, we have to go with cores, 8 cores and 32 GB RAM. If it is a larger environment, the resources should be 8 core and 32 GB RAM. If it is an extra large environment, it can be 12 core to 64 GB.
Okay. Got
Make
it.
sense?
Yes.
So accordingly, you have to plan your course.
Right. Okay.
So most of the customers will have extra large environment only, which is more than 2000 elements. So you have to go with 12 core and 64 GB RAM.
Okay. For
And
every
I'm
additional
talking,
polling engine
yeah,
as well.
yep, yep. It's good if you can have additional polling engines as well the same way, 12 core and 64 GB.
Okay.
Yeah. And it works on 2016, 19 and 22 as well. 22 is the latest. I hope they'll deprecate 2016, so ask for Windows OS as 2019.
Mhm.
Okay. And
Okay.
it's the same server requirements, software requirements. So in software requirements, we it should have a Windows Server 2019 or 2019. It's a Windows Server 2019 with a Microsoft license. And moving on to the database requirements. Like I said, database for to build a database server, we require 8 GB or 16 GB RAM for smaller environments and 20 to 40 GB hard disk.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
8 to
For
16 RAM and okay.
yeah,
This is for
8
a
to 6
small.
small environments
Okay.
where are less than 500 elements.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
and for medium, large, you can go with 16 GB, 64 GB, and if it's a large, you can go with 64 to 128 GB. All these things you can quickly search in the Google saying SolarWinds software requirements and find out, and accordingly you can raise a request to submit. You can submit a request for the system requirements.
Okay, got it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Chandra, here CPU resources not required, like uh,
Yes.
for this database.
Yeah. Like dual quad core processor are better. That means I think it is greater than 3 gigahertz. Yeah. Which will
Okay,
automatically comes around. Yeah, I think they if you ask for dual core processor, I think they'll definitely allocate you something around 16 GB of with 3 gigahertz clock speed. Okay,
okay,
that means they will. That means it has a better performance. It will have a better performance.
okay. This processor is like a CPU, right? Dual quad core processor, or
Yes, yes, yes. These are nothing but cores, but in CPU terminology, we call it as dual core something. And if you
okay.
mention dual core, they'll assign something around 62 or 32 cores. That I am not sure. Maybe we can look at the documentation. Yeah, even here they have mentioned like CPUs with dual quad core processor. What is dual quad core meaning? Okay, a quad core means four processors it seems. Dual quad core means eight processors, or even more than that, is what they're telling in the internet.
Okay,
Because
okay. Mhm.
okay, and accordingly you have to plan your resources as well for 256 GB to 512 GB and 2 terabytes of hard disk, and read write IOPS should be 30,000 IOPS to per second. So to and they're also recommending SSD for our database, not HDD, SSD for faster performance.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Okay, okay. And in that, where hard disk is not required, like in the application server, for application server.
Application server doesn't store any data, right? So some GB, whatever, it only stores some related thing, and for that we have already mentioned you, right? So yeah, to some extent, the Windows drive, C drive, D drive, we require some space, and that is fine. But specifically,
Okay, okay.
they are mentioning as SSD here because database stores large chunks of data. I think around 80 GB of data is fine for you in application servers.
18 GB. Okay.
80.
That's 80. Okay.
Yeah, and
Got it.
what they do is they'll write log files. They'll have some SolarWinds
Hmm.
application related files, those kinds of things. To store those kinds of files, we require the space.
Huh. Hmm. Okay. Got it. Even
Clear
syslogs
with
also there. If we don't have
no,
a space.
syslogs will be stored again in the database.
Okay. Okay. Got
Syslogs
it.
and traps are stored in the database. You need not to worry
Okay.
about
Only
it.
that. But in application server, I when I saw the logs NPM backup logs were there.
Yeah,
NPM backup.
NCM or NPM.
NCO.
Yeah, NCM backup logs, we can configure it wherever we need. I'll show you at the time of NCM classes where do we need
Sure,
to
sure.
configure. You can change the path to D drive as well or to any other SFTP folder as well, where that path will be taken to store
Got it.
the download the NCM backups.
In
By
any place.
default, yeah, in any place we can store it.
By default, you were saying.
It by default it takes the path wherever the SolarWinds is installed, and that is why I told you to take 80 GB of space
For that, okay. Because in
for
my
application
environment,
servers.
right? Because in my environment, I am able to see, right? It stores in SolarWinds application server and the backup files.
Mm,
So
correct.
okay,
It stores in the application. NCM backups will be stored in the application server only. Log
okay.
backups. Those are
Log
the
backup.
only things that won't be written into database. Those are config files.
Okay.
It will be stored here itself.
In application server only, and the rest of the things
Yes,
stored in database. Okay, got it.
correct. Yeah. So yeah, clear with the system requirements for application
Yeah.
server and database server. And the same, you have to submit two database servers, one for your SolarWinds
H.
Orion and second one for SolarWinds NetFlow.
And yeah, got it.
And application servers, if you have HA license, you can submit into two. I mean, if you have one main polling engine and one additional polling engine, and if you want HA, you can submit four application servers.
Okay, got it. Okay, Chandra, if someone will ask like if you need set up an environment, then what you required, basic thing. So we can say like two application server, primary and
Yes,
secondary, and two database server. One is for
correct,
one is for SolarWind, Orange, and another one is for NTA, right?
correct. And
Okay.
again, it depends on number of devices that the customer has, including devices means routers, switches, firewalls,
Mhm.
servers, everything. Number of
Uh,
IP
got it.
addresses. Yeah.
Mhm. Oh, okay, got it. Means okay for NTAs, matlab, we can't if we will ask like only one server is required. Means if 100 devices are there or 500, then NTA would be there, right? NTA database server is required, right?
Yeah, if they want NTA, it's okay. If we need it, it's better to have it on a different server. We can have it on the same server as well, but
For
never ever
performance.
recommend that. Never ever
Hmm.
recommend that because it will degrade the lot of performance and you will end up troubleshooting SolarWinds daily with one P1 issue.
Got it, got it.
Yeah, so always have a separate server for NetFlow.
Okay,
So, and if you are clear, we'll move on to some important ports that are required for SolarWinds.
okay,
Yeah, those are some hardware and software requirements, and you can quickly refer the article that I am sharing over the chat to look at to gain some insight about software and hardware requirements. Okay, and moving on to some system requirements ports that needs to be opened for our SolarWinds servers to other applications or other network devices. So we need to
okay.
open the list of ports called 17777, which
Oh,
is a
sorry.
SolarWinds Orion module engine service port. And this module
Okay,
engine service will interact with all other application services or other all other application services and verify if the system is healthy or not. Okay.
okay,
We'll come to
okay.
know about this module engine during the time of installation. This is a service
Got
when we get, we'll
H.
suppose,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Let me tell you something here. If you have HA enabled, and
mhm.
if there is another server, if a primary server service is not responding, Orion module engine is the service that gonna push stop the services and start the services on the other side.
Okay, okay, got it. Like that's
Yeah.
why in HA, like if primary servers, all the services are running, but in secondary, all the services are shutting down except this one, module engine.
Yes. Correct. That is why.
So what is there? What is does like pushing to the services to active in another server, right? Which
Correct.
uh,
Correct.
okay, okay,
Yeah, that's correct. So that is the main primary purpose, and it should be always on available to work your HA functionality very well.
So basically, what it does, basically, if you can see in a one line, what it does, like,
It starts interacting with all the services and gets the response if everything is working fine or not.
okay,
Yeah.
got it. And this 777 port is enabled from SolarWinds applications from SolarWinds application server side, or like
Yes,
from
from the SolarWinds application server side, your Windows team should be enable this. If not,
okay, for
firewall
in
team should enable.
got it.
Yeah.
In all the additional polling engine as well, this port this
Yes.
should be enabled.
Yes. So
Okay.
basically, the additional all our SolarWinds servers should be able to connect to this port without any issue.
Okay. Through which this port they are talking to each other, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And 17778
17778 is basically used for. Have you heard the word API?
API, yeah, hard.
Yeah, any application will have APIs for accessing
Mm.
and writing some script and for some automation. For that, if you want to do some API, 17778 is the port that is required.
Okay, because recently we have configured 2024.20, so where this port has been changed, 17774, I think, has been replaced
Yeah,
from this
yeah,
port.
yeah.
Okay.
Even I guess
So
I
what?
saw an article. I think it's
Because
replaced.
what happened? Because what happened once we install this version, then our alerts team, right? Because it is integrated
Mhm.
with some, so they told me like they didn't get the alert, since you have installed this version. Then I checked out,
Okay.
then I got to know this 7778 is replaced with 774 port. So I asked to replace this port, then the alerts would be going there.
Yeah, yeah, I think. So even I saw an article but haven't read that. Yeah, I think it's 'cause now they replaced the port in the latest version.
Okay, so this port is also enabled from SolarWinds server side or from where?
Yes, yes. From outside, if you want to access SolarWinds API, this port should be accessible. This port will also be open from SolarWinds server.
Okay, and from their side as well,
No, no, no. If
where-
SolarWinds API listens on this port, as long as if they open this port on the SolarWinds server side, as long as you can access the server, you can access this port.
okay, okay, got to know. Means 777 port is open from SolarWinds server side. It is for communication to each other, like for
Yeah.
other additional folder, and the 778 also should be open from SolarWinds application server side for
Yes. Yes.
accessing, like once API connected to SolarWinds server, this port should be open, right?
Yes.
Okay, good for access to Azure API and agent communication.
Yes. And
Okay,
clear.
because yeah, I clear. Actually, I always get confused in these ports. Like, generally, if, in interview question they are asking like which port is used for which. Like generally in SCL, right? And I
Yeah.
have given an interview, so they are asking only for this port one. They are focusing on port. So
Yeah.
I
You have to
always,
remember these ports.
so
You
only
have
these
to
port is
remember this
required,
port.
right?
Yeah.
Only
Yeah.
these
These
port.
are the majority ports. Yeah. I think they'll not go beyond these ports.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
And 1433 is a SQL Server port. SQL Server is our database, right? And
mhm.
from communication between our application servers
Mm.
and SQL database server, 1433 is the port.
Okay, so this port is enabled because I'm getting confused. Like this port is enabled from which side? Like SolarWinds server side or like database side? Like from where
See,
it
I
should be
think
enabled?
they should be enabled. See, 1433 should be enabled at the database side.
Okay.
Our application servers will connect to the database over this port.
Oh, okay. Okay. From server
Once,
side, it
yeah,
it should be fun.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
80, as you might know, it's a HTTP port. 443 is a HTTPS port if you have installed SSL certificate. And 43692572 and 5672 and 5671, these are some RabbitMQ ports and something related to messaging queues. So you have to, I mean, these should be enabled because the communication from application to, I mean, the messages will, suppose, let's say, uh, we have a SolarWinds application server that is talking to a router, and again it talks to the router for the next 120 seconds, and again it talks to the router for one. All these are some messages that application server will write to the database.
Okay.
This is nothing but RabbitMQ does. This messaging is something that RabbitMQ does, and RabbitMQ should have these ports open. So as a part of it, 17777 is our Orion module engine port. Orion module engine is a core service of SolarWinds, and this core service is helpful for interacting with other different SolarWinds services. I'll show you once the installation is done. And 17778 is for a Swiss API for calling the APIs of SolarWinds, and 1433 is should be enabled for communication between SolarWinds server and SolarWinds database server. By default, in within anywhere in the industry, SQL Server port is 1433, and HTTP is 80 and HTTPS is 443, and 43692567 all these are RabbitMQ ports, and RabbitMQ is nothing but a messaging service where the information of in the form of messages will be written to database by application. And 161 and 162 are ports related to SNMP. 161 is useful for uh, sending SNMP information. What does that mean? We have a SolarWinds server and we will add a router or a switch using SNMP. SolarWinds uses this 161 port to connect to that router. Make sense? SolarWinds uses this 161 port to connect that router and pull the information related to SNMP. Okay,
Uh, uh, Chandra, I think 161 is a UDP port, right? Uh,
correct. 161 is a UDP port, but why it is TCP here? Okay, very good. So even the SolarWinds articles have some bugs here. Yeah, 161 is a UDP port. According to my knowledge, let me quickly Google as well. Is
okay.
161. Yeah, it's a UDP port. UDP port itself because correct. But I don't know. This screenshot is directly captured from
Right.
SolarWinds itself.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe they have
And I added even.
that. Yeah, that's okay. But you understood what is the purpose of 161, right?
I think yeah. Sending and receiving
Yeah,
information from the device, right?
yeah. SNMP
Uh,
information. By default, SNMP port is 161. You have to make a note of it, and you have to, while adding the node, it will ask what is the port number of SNMP. There,
yeah.
you have to.
Uh, Actually, the network team they will ask us to like which port, like whenever we add the device, right? They ask for which port they need to open from device side. So this
Yeah,
161 port should be open from device side or from SolarWinds application
yes,
server side.
from device side. SolarWinds
Okay.
interacts with the device and collects the SNMP information. So it
Okay.
should be
Through
open
via
at
this
the
port.
device side. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And one more thing, actually, whenever we are doing this telnet now 161 port, it is not
hmm
happening just because of UDP or what? Like why it is?
I don't think so because of that. Maybe some telnet restrictions within your organization, I believe.
Okay, so what we okay, like we do the telnet night, so it should be happen right? Because if I do
Mm,
the telnet and I device IP should be work right?
yeah, it should work. It should work actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So and 162 is for SNMP trap messages. What is a trap? Any idea?
Trap, I think these are the messages coming from the device, like
Yeah,
what is being happened
correct,
in the device.
correct. What is if SolarWinds asks device to send information, that is called as SNMP information or SNMP message. Trap is something device itself send a message to SolarWinds that I am running out of my hard disk, I am running out of my CPU. Yeah, those are called as traps, and these traps are being communicated using 162 port.
Okay, so these also should be enable open from device side, right?
Yes, yes. By default, SolarWinds server as well will work as a SNMP trap receiver. So you have to provide the SolarWinds server IP and a port on the device, and through that port, it will deliver the message to SolarWinds server.
Mm, okay, means from the device side it should be open this port, and we should
Yes.
give the IP to them or what, like
No,
like
I'll you able to see my services screen.
yes, yes,
So you see the SNMP trap here. So
yes.
I'm showing you for an example for a Windows. So if you open properties and click on dependencies, okay, SNMP is not installed here. So that's why you're not here. It will uh, give you an option to provide an IP address. Maybe is it because of okay. Okay, I can show this within your server. Here, along with the dependencies tab, we'll have one more tab where we can add our SolarWinds server IP. Once we add that IP and 162 port, whatever events recorded on this server will be sent to SolarWinds server. Okay.
Uh, okay. Means yeah, Chandra. Actually, if they will ask us to, they want to get capture the trap, then what we have to say to them?
Yeah.
How?
You tell them that you give your SolarWinds main polling engine IP or SolarWinds additional polling engine IP and ask them to send
Okay.
traps to these IPs. That's it. And
Okay. So on
once they said that they have configured, it's their uh, cup of tea to send the traps to SolarWinds. Once they have sent it, you should actually log in into your SolarWinds console, and then in the My Dashboards logs log viewer, you should be able to search here with the IP or host name and see all the traps or syslog messages sent to your SolarWinds. And there is nothing much that we will do as a SolarWinds admin here. You should have to provide your additional polling engine or a primary server
okay,
IP
means
and
we
ask
have to.
them to send. Yeah.
Okay, means we should give like our main polling engine IP as well as additional polling engine IP and ask to them just
Any.
configure
Yeah.
the trap from their side, and what we will do, we will get these the trap messages
Message.
from console, right? And
Yes.
all are
Yes.
stored in database only, right? Like in database server, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, okay.
So
And then
you have to give only one server, whether it is main server or additional polling engine. If you give two servers, you'll see duplicate events, which is unnecessary burden to see SolarWinds system as well. So better use only one server.
but Chandra, if for example, like some devices are monitored through the additional polling engine and some are from main server. Then if we will give
Yeah, that's
one
what
IP address.
what hmm, that's what you have to plan during the time of installation itself, because this site or this data center, this production data center is being monitored with this polling engine. This non-prod data center is being monitored with this polling engine. If you can plan during the time of installation like this, you'll be able to uh, eradicate these kind of issues.
Uh, okay. I was thinking like if we will give both the IPs to them, then whatever I know device is being pulled from, like the server, we will get the trap of that only, right? Means because if we are
Correct,
having five
but
server,
if you
mm,
send it to two servers, here in the you'll see two event log messages. If you are okay with it, then it's okay. You can work on it. But I only give it only one server, and I don't want any duplicates to my SolarWinds. So that's why I only give only one server.
I got you. Like you are saying, like either in either main server or additional, right? But I was, but
Correct.
it is fine, right? But if the device is being pulled from, I have give, for example, I have given like a main primary server IP to them and asked them configure the syslog. Okay, okay. If if some devices are being pulled from additional, still
Mhm.
that we will get the syslogs from there.
Yes, we
Sorry,
should
traps
be
from
able to get, yes, we should be able to get those. There won't be any
trap.
issue with it. Yeah,
Okay. Means from and from devices means being pulled from additional as well, but we will get the traps, right? From primary, right?
correct.
Okay.
So yeah, 16443 I said HTTPS port, and 135. Do you know about WMI? WMI is an
Uh,
another alternate protocol to SNMP, which is developed by Microsoft only for Windows devices. Some clients use
okay.
WMI as well for monitoring Windows servers. Okay, and that port
Okay.
is 135. I will discuss about
So,
all these things detail while adding a node. Okay,
mhm.
and 587 is SMTP port. Uh, when we want to configure or send alerts to an email, this port should be open. Uh, SMTP port, yeah, and
I think
17790. Yeah,
SMTP port is this only. Think.
yeah. Even I'm getting a question, but that's okay. SMTP port is 139, I guess.
I think this is differ from
Yeah.
587.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. I think this screenshot might be okay. Okay. I think we can quickly look at Google as well and find out what SMTP port, but that is not a showstopper for us. And
Okay. Okay.
yeah, and 17790 is a port where SolarWinds agent will be using. So what
Uh,
communication
oh,
protocols we have? SNMP,
Yes,
WMI, and SolarWinds
your
agent.
screen is not visible.
Is it? I can't you see the PPT, Vikas?
yeah,
Can
I
you
see.
see
I
me?
can see.
I think it's only for you, Mahesh.
No, no, he's saying PPT he's able to see, but he's thinking maybe your screen.
No.
I think as a
I'm not. I haven't moved into any other page. I have only looking into PPT.
No, no, I'm not see your full PPT screen. Only 587 it is horizontally splitted by.
yeah, yeah, complete
How
because when you
about
were
now?
typing, na, I think now it's actually Chandra, when you were typing something now on Google now, so that
Mm-hmm.
typing we are were unable to see, but the rest of the things we can see, like the
Okay.
header part, we were unable
Okay.
to see. I
Okay.
think,
Now it's fine, right?
now it's fine for me.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
And how about you, Mahesh?
Yeah, me also fine.
Okay. 17790 is a SolarWinds port. So, what are the three communication protocols that SolarWinds use to interact with other devices or servers? Now you should might
Okay,
get some clarity.
okay, Chandra.
Yeah.
Just okay, I want to ask two or three things. That's it. What is the difference between WMI and SNMP? Like WMI, you
Mm,
told me like from which is used for Windows Server. So, matlab means it is also feasible like SNMP will get the all the information from the server.
yes. Yes. SNMP is a protocol, is an open source protocol that is developed
Okay,
by some open source people, and it can be enabled on all the devices, routers,
got it.
switches, Linux, Windows, storage, and some
Got it.
VMware devices as well. But WMI is only developed by Microsoft only for Windows servers.
Windows Server.
Yeah,
So means it also capture the same thing whatever SNMP
same.
can capture
Yes, yes,
because SNMP works on the basis of OIDs, right?
yes.
And the
WMI works on the
WMI
basis of CIA, Common Information Model, and this model will have some each model, each thing to identify each object within that Windows server.
acha, object based CIM.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, CIM based, CIM based.
o-
This
Okay. And
common information
CIM.
model, yeah, is responsible for CIM will have all the things of a Windows server, and WMI credentials by accessing this CMI, it will fetch all the information of C drive, D
Server.
drive, E drive, CPU, memory, services, everything.
Okay. CMI. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. No issues. Just tell me one thing. Like this port should be enabled from. Can you repeat like which port should be enabled from the server side or application side? Which you can like
So
177.
1433 should be enabled at the database side.
Okay. And
161,
1777 from starting
161.
like
Yeah, yeah, 1 minute. 1433 should be enabled from database side. 161,
okay.
162, and
Full 3.
what is 135. These three should be enabled at the device side. Apart from
Okay.
this, all other things should be enabled at the SolarWinds application side.
Okay. 177. Okay. Got
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So 161, 162, and 135. These are SNMP WMI protocols, which means wherever SNMP or WMI is being enabled at those devices, this should be enabled.
Okay, from device side, this port should be enabled. Okay,
Yes. By
okay,
default, if you install these services, it will be enabled, I guess, at the device end, but not 100% sure.
okay. Means we can ask to them like this port, like
Yeah,
if they
yeah,
will ask for the one.
yep.
Okay, got it.
If you tell them, I think this your engineers will be uh, matured enough to grasp this. And like I
Okay.
said,
And one more thing, this 7790 na, this is for agent,
yeah,
right?
SolarWinds agent,
For
correct.
agent, I think two ports are there, right? Like
Yes,
server
I
initiated
think
and
there is
agent
another
initiated.
server initiated and
So both
agent initiated.
like they are having
One double
different.
seven nine zero is a recommended one, and if you enable this, agent will work in a passive mode. So we'll come to know about that agent
Okay.
communication protocols as well in the later
Okay.
sessions. I have a slide for that as well. So, and coming to the monitoring protocols. So these monitoring protocols are not only specific to SolarWinds, it's okay with any type of monitoring. We use these protocols. ICMP is only for ping, so it doesn't give you any other response apart from status or packet loss and response time. Whereas
Okay.
SNMP gives the information in depth based upon the object identifiers. SNMP pulls information like CPU, memory, disk space, interfaces, and their utilization, drives utilization, how many cores are there, how much GB of RAM is there. Each thing will have a unique identifier, and by using that it will poll the information. It polls some system inventory information like system name, system IP address, DNS name, those information as well. Okay. And
Okay. Okay.
syslogs are something called as system logs, and these logs are helpful for us in troubleshooting when an issue happened, and we can send these syslogs to SolarWinds. And WMI is 135 port. And telnet, you might know, we need this telnet to connect to network devices for config downloads, which will look at the which will have a in-depth look when we move on to NCM module. At that time I'll
Mm,
show you how to download the config using this telnet port. And SSH as well. Some we had to connect to remote devices, or to connect to a Linux server and run a script to identify any service running, or to just wanted to know an output by running a script. We use this SSH port. And TFTP port for configuration, uh, upload or copying the downloaded configuration to any folder path, any TFTP location path. Okay, so widely
TFT.
used monitoring protocols are ICMP, SNMP, and WMI, along with that SolarWinds agent.
Okay. A TFTP is like a path or what it is?
Yeah, I think it's a shared path. It is like a shared path where I mean, for it can be accessible from most of the servers if the server is given permission. This is like a
Okay.
shared path. Yeah. So where we will use this TFTP to store our NCM config backups.
Oh,
One
okay.
thing,
And
ICMP in the second column, port column, layer 3 and no port. What does mean by no port here?
So ICMP will not have any port by default.
Port number, okay.
No port number.
Through only ICMP we can, what we can achieve exactly means only
We
ping
can
like
just, yeah, ping it up and down, uptime and downtime of a device or a server. Whether the server is up or down, that is the only information that we can get using this.
and here SNMP,
Mhm.
right side of this one, 161 port is for polling, no? Means
Yes. Polling means SolarWinds, when you add a device or a server in SolarWinds, SolarWinds uses this 161 port to collect to the server and poll all the information.
okay, this will initiate from the
Server.
device, right? Server.
160 161 polling means SolarWinds server is initiating the handshake. Polling means SolarWinds server will go and say hi to the server or a network device and ask to send the information. Okay, send me the information of this hard drive. Send me the information of this interface utilization, like that.
Then
Okay,
the device will reply on which port number? Again, same port
same
number or
161, correct, 161, same.
same port. Okay. They could you 162 trap? Could you repeat once again in this?
162 traps basically for so device sending here SolarWinds will not ask for any polling information. Device itself will send some log message as a
Okay.
trap or as a trap to SolarWinds server.
Could you give me one example of this trap server? Like just now you showed me in the Windows server, it is inbuilt enabled. I mean, it is available.
So I'll
But
show you when we have the VM ready, Mahesh.
okay,
Okay.
uh, okay. Okay, Chandra, this syslog part you will cover later, right? Because I'm having
Yes.
some confusion on that syslog.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I have slides here. I'll cover it. The ICMP, SNMP, syslog, everything.
Because
WMI
I
agents, I have slide here. I'll cover it.
because
Okay.
yesterday you were telling right syslog having I know different server and also I couldn't
No.
understand.
That server is being maintained by your network engineers. You need not to worry about that syslog server. See,
Okay.
all the logs they have to maintain at some place. All the device logs for auditing or for some kind of things, they have to maintain at some place. Okay. From that server, we'll start sending the required information to SolarWinds. You got it? See, let you have 10,000 Windows servers and some 500 network devices. All these devices log information. They will build a syslog server. Your network engineers or someone within your team will build a syslog server, and they'll start collecting all the system logs information into that syslog. The reason because of it is they don't know, they for audit purpose, some auditor might come and ask us to show logs in the system, in the server or in the network device. The logs might go away, the logs might get archived, right? So for archival purpose, they to maintain another copy, they'll send all this to syslog. You need not to worry about all these things. All these things will be taken care by your Windows engineer or a network engineer, and from syslog to SolarWinds as well, it will be taken care by them only.
Yeah. So my question I have is, see, in an environment, so there will be different types of devices that will be monitored, right? Example, network, Linux, Windows, or
Correct.
PDUs, UCS, whatever it is.
Yeah.
How do I collect this information? Point number one. And the point number two is,
Mm.
in each network device, list of interfaces we are monitoring, what we are monitoring in one particular network device, and so what metrics are we are alerting. So this one currently I have the requirements to see it. Before you continue with your current session, will you be able to just help me on that?
Yeah. So first thing, to get list of inventory, we need to pull it in CMDB from CMDB only.
Yeah,
Okay.
can you please come again on this point?
To pull out the list of inventory, whether how many number of devices we have, what are all the devices, what are their IP address, we need to pull the inventory from CMDB.
CMDB. Um,
Okay.
you mean CMDB means it's an external tool?
No, basically, what are you using?
What
Yes,
are you?
service now or IT for ticketing. What tool are you using?
Service now.
Okay, service now will have a CMDB. CMDB in the sense configuration management database. That means
Hmm.
all the equipments, all the servers will be in the CMDB in the service now. Service now has a feature called discovery that gonna discover the network and find out all the details. Or that is a task of your service now engineer as well to update the inventory or to build a CMDB for the organization.
Hmm. Okay.
Okay,
So they will
so
have
definitely
that information.
they will have that information. If they says that that is not possible or that is incomplete or that is, then what you can do is you can collect all the subnets from each sites. Someone should give you from the hierarchy within your organization. Can be network guys, server guys, VMware guys, all those people can give you that information, list of subnets, and start discovering the jobs. I mean, even to discover that, you need a SNMP to be enabled. So that's why CMDB is the best source of truth for you. to pull the list of devices and pass it over to
how
the
do we
respective team. Yeah.
how do we import the information which is there in CMDB into the SolarWinds?
No, no, you cannot import. First thing is you need to prepare. You need to ask them to provide the complete list.
Okay.
They will give you the IP in that CMDB. You'll have almost all the information: IP address, host name, and what vendor is it.
Hmm.
Accordingly, who is the application owner? Who is the point of contact? All that information will be there in CMDB. You
Okay.
have to
So
segregate all those
I
into
need
an
to.
Excel
Uh-huh.
and then distribute or divide those based on vendor. Let's say
Okay.
you might hardly have 10 to 20 vendors
Mhm.
and distribute them according to your vendors and then send 10 sheets to your 10 point of contacts that you get from CMDB or from higher sources of your management level. Ask them to enable SNMP and do the discovery scanning.
Okay. So we need to collect the information from the CMDB, and then we have to add them manually using discovery in the SolarWinds.
Yeah, that's not a manual process again. I think the 10 or 15 vendors which you figure out can be easily
Uh-huh.
completed within a day if the
So
SNMP is enabled.
using the so okay, okay. If the SNMP is enabled, so using the discovery method, we will just try to add based on the network
Yeah,
subnet.
correct. Correct.
Okay.
So that's how
Okay.
SolarWinds has to be implemented as well.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, coming back to this one. So I told how do I identify the apart from Linux and Windows? So is this the way to change it? Know it? The one which you're sharing it here.
Uh, the one, so basically, I'm showing you the different vendors that are added in the demo.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
mm, so these are all the nodes that are added in demo where SolarWinds, and I have grouped it by vendor. So
Okay.
see, I have VMware, Windows,
Hmm.
Viptela, Cisco devices, Dell, all this, Dell
Okay.
switches.
So all these are considered as nodes. So
Correct. In
can we go to
SolarWinds
the
language. In SolarWinds language, it is considered as node.
okay. So now can we okay, it's under show nodes. What are the options we have? Other options we have? Just see.
Show nodes and show interfaces.
Okay, show nodes and
Interfaces. Node that added. Uh,
mhm.
these are all the interfaces, right? These interfaces will be displayed. That's it. Instead of node names, these interfaces will be displayed.
What are the means these are the nodes, right? Where are the
Yeah,
interfaces?
these ones. I expanded this, right? If you see here, I expanded this
Okay,
DEM269
okay,
and
okay. So
underneath,
under that device, these are the interfaces.
correct.
Okay, okay. Under each device, we need to if you select it, it will show the interfaces.
Yeah.
Okay. Interfaces, list of network devices. Okay. So is it possible to filter only the network devices?
I mean, there are two ways to do so. One, if you know the vendors who are responsible for the network devices,
Okay.
Cisco, F5, you can do
Hmm.
that. Or else,
Okay.
the other way that you can do is you can create a custom property called category or
Uh-huh.
department and tag all this into uh, a field, assign all these 60 nodes and this one node everything into as network, and then
Okay.
you can have an option called department here. You'll get an option called department here.
Mhm.
That way
Can
you
can
can,
we okay? Can we export this data? So once you see this data,
yeah, 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 you can do that. You can pull
how
out
do
as a report as well. See, first thing, I'll show you here.
okay?
We'll come to the reports part later. I want to export 66 core devices. I'll select this, and then in the more actions, yeah, here the option is disabled to export, but if you click on this export custom property values along with the node name, it will ask you to it will export all those details.
Is it so? Okay. So I thought
Yes, if you
that
go
option.
to, yeah,
I thought that option is only if there are custom properties available. Only those devices will be able to download.
yeah, in the next page what it will come is along with the custom properties you ask for the default fields as well, name, IP. You select those and export.
Okay. Okay. Fine. I'll do that. Yeah, I'll try this. Yeah, you can continue with your plan.
Yeah. So today we'll look at groups and dependencies. So yesterday, before diving into groups, we'll look what dependencies is. Okay, and then we'll go to groups. Dependencies are nothing but, let's say, in a site we have a router, switch, and then let's say we have a site called Plano. This is not the okay. Yeah, we only have one device. Okay, fine. Let's assume we have a site called Denmark, and these are our all devices within Denmark. Okay, let's assume this one is a router, and these is a firewall. These three are firewalls, and we have switches. Okay,
Are you moving your cursor?
yeah, yeah, I'm moving the cursor. I'm just
But
selecting the node.
no. I think okay.
Can
It is
you?
too slow.
Okay,
And now you selected the den.
yeah. So let me go over here. Let's assume we have a site called.
Somewhere you're typing. I'm not able to see. Yeah. Now I'm able to see. Okay.
Okay,
Okay. I think it is. There is some delay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's assume we have a
Till
site
now we
called.
are in. We have a site called Hyderabad, and here we have
Okay.
one router, one firewall, two switches, and then 10 servers. Okay. So firstly, from ISP, firstly from ISP, we are getting the internet connection to router.
Okay.
So this is how generally everyone will configure. Yeah, and from here, I mean, from the again we'll have the LAN cables here, and from the again the LAN cables, we will one port of the LAN cable to another firewall interface. Okay.
Mhm.
Similarly, firewall port one is connected to switch one, and port two is connected to switch two, and from there, switch one is connected to more number of servers. Switch two is connected to more some number of servers. So now let's say from the internet service provider there is some connection issue,
Mhm.
there is some connection broken. That means our internet connection is will not work, right?
Yes.
But in SolarWinds we will add this router, firewall, both switches, and these 10 servers, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Now you have created you have added all these 30 14 devices into SolarWinds, and you have created an alert saying node status is equal to down. That will
Mhm.
fire on all 10, all 13 devices, all 13 nodes basically, right?
13. 14 here you
Yeah,
say
all
14.
14. Yeah,
Okay.
all 14 all 14 nodes, right?
Yes.
Node
Yes.
down alert will trigger on all 14 nodes if you have selected a condition called node status equal to down.
Okay.
Now, let's say you know that it's an issue from the ISP and no internet is coming.
Mhm.
In this case, if you create dependencies in SolarWinds, let's say router as primary and firewall as child,
Mhm.
your alerting will only trigger if a router goes down, it will not trigger on firewall.
Okay.
Okay. Let's say your router is up and running fine and some connection is broken with and some connection is broken on firewall. Your firewall is down now,
Mhm.
but your router is up and running.
Mhm.
So what you have to do again, you have to create a dependency as firewall as parent, switch one, switch two as dependencies.
Mhm.
That way, your firewall go if your firewall goes down, these two are suppressed.
Mhm.
That is the concept of
Dependency.
dependencies in SolarWinds.
So is it to prevent the alerts or
Yeah. To prevent the alerts and also just to know, okay, what are how is our landscape within Hyderabad site. First, main priority is to prevent the alerts.
Mhm.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what dependencies. To create these dependencies, we create something called groups in SolarWinds.
Okay.
There are two main criteria. One is for creating dependencies. Second one is for just to identify what are all groups we have, what are all the different types of things we have under one group. So for those purpose, mainly I use dependencies groups for creating dependencies only, because there are many ways that I can apply groups. I can use custom properties itself to create groups. Yeah, but the main purpose is to create dependencies. We'll see how to create a group. and then how to this SolarWinds is struggling.
Best Java full stack developer course.
Aman, let me try to use our RDP session. So you are not using, right?
No, Chandra, I'm not using. So
Okay.
basically, you are using completely. I'm not using it even after the class. Also, I'm not using it because I
Okay.
am trying to bring up on the local one.
What is the password?
I think you're not sharing the screen. Maybe some only
Once I
some
connect,
portion
I'll
is
just,
shared.
yeah. So I'm just trying to connect. I'll just share it once and we are back. I'm getting a very weird message, Rama. SolarWinds itself is uninstalled in our machine. 183, 82.
Day.
Can you see the Windows screen?
No, Chandra. Only the Orion. Yeah, now I'm able to see Windows one.
See, this is how it's telling. So you installed SolarWinds, right?
Yeah, that day only I installed, but later I did not log in at all. Since you are using it, right? So later
No, no, no.
I
I was not using. I was only on that day, I think. Let's see. Okay, fine, no problem. We'll look at our console itself only. I think there is something wrong with that VM.
so whatever you are seeing here, this is being accessed from that machine only, right?
No, this one is from my local laptop that I
Okay,
have
local.
logged off. It was saying something called no SolarWinds over there, and I see a very weird message.
Okay.
So when I go to settings and all settings, I see something called manage groups here. I'll just click
Mhm.
on manage groups. So yeah, as per this diagram, we'll just try to create groups. So group for Hyderabad router, Hyderabad firewall, and Hyderabad switches and Hyderabad servers. Okay. I'll just create add new group. I'll just give the group name as HYD underscore routers and then provide some description and click next. Here there are two options. One is to select the nodes and add it to the group. That is one way. If you follow this process, every time you add a new node from Hyderabad site, a new router, you have to come here and manually select all those. Manually again edit this group and do that, which I generally don't prefer. So what I'll do is I'll add a dynamic query. Okay, what is dynamic query means? I'll just show you. So you can define a condition with your custom property. Let's say device type is equal to router and site is equal to Hyderabad.
Mhm.
Okay, that way every time you update your custom properties, automatically this group will pick up that. It is too slow, man. I have installed Splunk as well. I was working on some security part over there, so that's why my laptop has become too much slow. Manager. I have a only service that is running. Let me stop that. That will make it. Okay. Let's go to, yeah. Now it's far better. You can see my
Yes.
screen, right? Yeah. I'm navigating manage nodes page now. I'll click on add new group. I'll create the new group name as HYD underscore routers and then click next. Here I'll just click on add dynamic query. Still. Okay, here I can give some name like HYD routers. You can give it any name, and in the add condition, I'll just make it as device type is equal to router, and we if you just filter everything with site or city is equal to, in our case I'll just use Bangalore. That's yeah. Let's assume Hyderabad only. And then you can preview to view all the devices that gonna match this condition, and then save it. Clear? Any questions with this dynamic query? Dynamic query
No.
is nothing but we are just using our custom properties to use it, so that way whenever while adding a node, if you update the custom properties properly, it will this group will automatically build based on their settings. Okay, and I have just created a, and then create group. That's it. Now we have a group called routers. What is our next thing? We have a group called firewall. We'll just create a group in the same way, add new group. We'll keep it as firewalls, and then add a dynamic query. Here the dynamic query, we'll just give it like device type is equal to firewall, and then FW. We'll just add a condition. Yes, you can give it anything. City name equal to Hyderabad, and then save, and then create group. Let's create a third group which is called HYD underscore switches. Add a dynamic query. Just add a condition again. City is equal to HYD. Device type is equal to switches. Then save it. Create group. Okay. Now we have three groups. We'll see how to create dependencies. Okay. If you go to settings and all settings, you'll see something manage dependencies. Click on that manage dependencies, and here add new dependency, and you have two options here to create the dependency based on your name. If you here you can select these as parent and these as child, but this is not how we generally do it in a real world. Will you have two routers? One is primary and one if primary goes down. So at that time, you have to create groups. So I'll change it to groups and then select routers as primary and click next. And here you have to select the child one. I'll again select groups. Sorry, I'll again select groups. And here I'll select for routers firewall is the child and then next. And if you see here, when the parent goes down, the status of the dependent objects are unreachable instead of down or unknown. Any alerts where the trigger condition include node status equal to down are not triggered. When you select this option, when the primary, the devices in the primary group goes down, the devices in the child groups will automatically go into unknown. And when the status in the alert is down, the alerts will not be triggered. Okay. There is also another option for some customers who really doesn't want these kind of things because they want to know what are all the devices that went down. In that case, you can select the second option, which means the status of dependent child objects is not affected by parent one. Okay, here in our case, both routers and firewalls both will be alerted.
Okay. So apart from alerting, is there any other reason which we can make use of this one?
Yeah, for grouping, like let's say uh, in your dashboard, if you want to group all these things, let's assume this is our dashboard, HCO dashboard, and you see all the groups here:
Yes.
Windows servers, Office 365 servers, MPLS circuits, London branch devices.
Yes.
These way also can be useful. Linux servers.
If you click on this, what will show? What it will show?
I'll just expand Linux servers, so it should show all the servers. See here. Again, they have created subgroups called CentOS, Red Hat, and in that we have all the servers which are CentOS.
Okay. But okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, Chandra.
okay. So and then submit this. See, Hyderabad routers dependency, a name, and then the parent is Hyderabad and child is firewalls. And the next thing that we have to create is in this firewalls and switches, right? Here, firewalls, you can click on add new dependency and click on groups, select firewall as parent here, again show only for groups, switches as child here, and then submit. See, this is how, and then what will be if switches as parent and your servers are child. That is how you have to create groups and dependencies in SolarWinds.
Yeah.
So you're clear with the groups and dependencies, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I got it how we are creating it, and I understood the concept, but practical use case. So in this kind of scenario, we can use this one. So that one, I'm still. What kind of scenario? Maybe in your example, if you can in your setup, there for what reasons, for what use case you are making use of this feature?
Yeah. So like I explained here, uh, if a router goes down, the whole site goes down, and we will be ending up with 14 alerts.
Correct.
and 14 incidents for one issue.
But only if we uh, okay. So once if you don't create this one, if router is down, uh, all other switches and everything will go down. It will it show it as down?
It will show us down only.
Or is it?
Yeah, it will show us down only. If a router goes down, firewall switch, servers, all those will be as shown as down only in SolarWinds. If you create groups and if you while adding the dependency, if a routers goes down, firewalls will turn into gray color, unknown color.
Okay, I'll give an example. So let's say 10 servers are connected to one switch,
Okay.
and one switch is down now.
Yeah.
So what will be the status of these 10 servers?
We those also will be down. You'll not be able to connect to those servers. Those are officially down.
No, no, no. Uh,
Yeah, those 10
yesterday.
servers are also down, right? So the servers are again connected to internet via switch.
Mhm, correct.
Okay. If you are taking an RDP or SSH from here, that should be connected to the internet, right?
Correct. Okay, let's
The
say I
switch.
have two switches. Let's
Yeah.
say I have two switches. So one switch, I mean, so every server is connected to two switches, and
Yeah.
once one switch is down, in that
Yeah.
case, what happens?
In that case, it will not go as down. So that is
Okay.
why you will be grouping two switches into one group. Two Hyderabad switches as one group,
Mhm,
and these group will those 10 will be alerted when both of the switches are down.
mhm. Is it like will it show us as a down or unknown, something
We,
like that?
I mean, if you don't have dependencies and if you don't have these settings, if you don't have these groups and if you don't have this setting, it will show as down.
Hmm.
Unknown will only be shown when you have a dependency created.
Okay.
Unknown will only have when you have a dependency. Other else, it will show as down.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah. Yeah. Got it. So
Okay.
will it shows any map kind of thing, like a chart kind of
No,
thing?
no, no. I think it won't show.
Okay.
So
Got it.
that's it with groups and dependencies. We will just look for another concept today called NetPath, which is a which is part of within the NPM itself. You can simply, if you in the My dashboards, if you go to network, you can see something called NetPath services here. I'll just show you.
So whatever the features which we are discussing, all are part of NPM only, right?
Yeah, whatever topics that we are discussing now are all part of NPM.
So NPM is full form is Network Performance
Network
Monitor, right?
performance monitor.
But these servers and all will not be considered as a network, right? Any reason for that?
Those are as well network, right? Technically, they are again connected to a network.
Correct.
So, like I said, initially SolarWinds might be designed only for network monitoring. So that's
Okay.
why when they expanded, they have included everything to add into NPM
Okay. Okay.
as an IP address. Yeah.
Mhm.
Next feature that we have in NPM is called NetPath.
Okay.
What
And
is
one
the
more
user?
question. One
Yeah,
more question. Sorry, Chandra. So when we are adding a device, do we need to add device using IP address or the name? And
you
what
can.
happens if I add in different ways?
What first thing? If your SolarWinds server can
Hmm.
connect to the DNS server for the IP address resolution,
Hmm.
you can add it via hostname only also.
Okay.
If it is not resolving, then you add it via IP address.
Okay. So definitely we will be configuring means at any point of time, definitely the SolarWinds server will be having connectivity to the DNS server, right? There is no other way. We definitely
Yeah,
will do it. So in that case, will there be any
then
difference in?
you can add it up. Anything that host name will resolve to an IP, this IP will resolve to a host name.
Mhm.
You can add it both the ways.
Okay. So now when you go through when we are browsing through the GUI, the GUI of this SolarWinds interface, there all the devices were shown using some names only, right? So so does it mean that they have added that devices using the names only? Yeah.
No,
So
no, no.
here.
Even if you add a name also, it will poll the IP address. Even if you poll via IP address also, if you add via IP address, it will
Mhm.
poll the name also. See, this is the name, this is the IP address of this, and version IP version is IPv4, and polling method is SNMP. So it will
So
poll
do you?
both the things, IP address and name through
So
SNMP.
So can I say like this? If I add a device using the IP address, it will automatically discover the name of that particular IP address.
Correct. It will automatically discover everything. I'll just show you whatever you are seeing in SolarWinds,
Mhm.
everything is automatically discovered. You see the node details page, node details tab here. So
Correct.
the polling address is if I add using polling address, the machine type is automatically discovered. The system name is automatically discovered. The description in the device is automatically discovered.
Okay. Okay. So
All this
so
information will
yeah,
be discovered
got it. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
through SNMP. Yeah. Yeah. So now let's look at the one more feature in SolarWinds called NetPath. So basically, NetPath is used for calculating the latency between two devices. Okay. If you
Mhm.
want to measure the latency between site A and site B, Hyderabad and Bangalore, then you can use this feature called NetPath.
Between
Okay.
sites and between devices also.
Between devices also.
Okay.
Okay. Use it for round trip latency calculation. It's not only one way.
Mhm.
You'll get a round trip latency calculation. Okay.
Okay.
How do you create a NetPath in SolarWinds? You can access it from My Dashboards, Network, and then NetPath services.
Mhm.
Okay. For creating a NetPath service, you you need a probe and target. What is a probe? Probe is nothing but a Windows server where SolarWinds is installed will act as a probe for you.
Mhm.
Okay, a Windows server where SolarWinds is installed will act as a probe. SolarWinds agent will have a plugin installed by default which is called NetPath Pro. Okay, where you can, I mean, even if you don't want it act as a probe, it will come by default. If you want, you can use it. If not, it will just use it for monitoring. Okay, got it, Raman.
Yeah. So I will just.
Target is our IP or host or website. It can be anything. Target is
Mhm.
okay. So probe is nothing but a Windows server where SolarWinds is installed, and from that Windows server, uh, we have to assign a target for that Windows server. So that way we can achieve this net path. Let's assume we have a site called Hyderabad and Bangalore, and you want to calculate the round trip measure latency for that. In Hyderabad, you can spin up a Windows server and install a SolarWinds agent. Now, this newly spinned up Windows server with SolarWinds agent is called Probe. In Bangalore, you can identify a device, whether it can be your router, your Windows server, or a web application hosted in your Bangalore site. You can identify anything. These two are required, and if you, I'll show you how to create a new NetPath service. I'll just click on create new NetPath service. After coming into my dashboard, network and NetPath services, I'll just create new service. Here, I will just provide the details of our Bangalore server. Let's say we have a server. You can provide those server host name or IP address and port. Or let's say we have www.facebook.com a website hosting on our Bangalore site. I'll just provide those details. Bangalore site. And then probing interval in the sense how frequently do you want this net path calculation to be happen. For 10 minutes, let it be 10 minutes. And here you have to assign the probe is nothing but our server where it is assigned. Let's say in the New York office we have installed a server and then create. That's it.
So while assigning the probe, so here you're saying that it is showing so many lists, right?
Yeah. So this means on all these servers there is network SolarWinds agent installed.
SolarWinds agent.
Yeah,
Okay. Uh, so you SolarWinds agents. So usually we install one agent on Linux machines on Linux on Windows machines, right?
correct.
Is that different from this one?
No, that's what I told you, right? Probe is nothing but a Windows server where SolarWinds agent is installed. That
So
will
so
act
that
as a probe for you.
okay. So that can be a Linux machine also, right?
No,
Maybe
only a
a Windows
Windows
machine,
server.
only a Windows, huh?
Only Windows server.
Okay. So that is a dedicated machine for this only.
Yeah, I mean you'll have some already spinned up Windows servers, right, in your environment.
Hmm.
At least for Active Directory or for something on that server you can
Correct.
install in your site.
Okay. So then after installing that agent on that machine, so we will be checking the latency from that machine to the whatever the machine the other end,
Get
right?
machine, correct.
So is it not possible to it means is it not possible to do it between any two Linux machines?
Between two Linux machines, no, because target can be your Linux machine in the other side, but
Okay.
for this, you have to. I mean, there is a Windows plugin only that has a NetPath Pro plugin, NetPath Pro plugin. Only SolarWinds Windows Agent has NetPath Pro plugin.
Okay. Only on Windows it will work.
Only on Windows. See, let's say now, let's assume, let's see the service that is created here.
Hmm.
So they are trying to uh, check the latency on this Azure site, on this Azure website. Okay, and from there, from these two sites, from East Data Center and NOC, these two devices. So yeah, these two are probes here. So they might have installed SolarWinds agent on these two, and they are acting as a probe. And from these two, they are checking the latency. If you open any of the thing, you'll see more details here, like from from that NOC from this device, the internet is happening from to the west device, and from their WAN, and in between there are three IP addresses which we are known. Maybe these are outside the connection between our centers and the Azure, and finally it is reaching Azure Web here. And what is the total time taking here is 45 milliseconds for the entire round trip. Okay.
Okay. So that means, so though we have created this, what do you call this, something NetPath for two devices, it is automatically discovering the devices which are in between.
Yeah, it will discover like traceroute. If you are familiar with traceroute, it will
Okay.
automatically discover to which and all devices the traffic is leaving, and uh, basically to reach this endpoint, what are all the devices in the middle, and how much latency are we getting in between, in middle between any of the two devices.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is with respect to the NetPath. It's a very small concept, but will be useful if someone comes to you and ask for, hey, I need to check the latency
Hmm.
continuously for every 15 minutes or 1 hour between these two sites and want an alert on it. Then you can suggest, you can create a NetPath service and alert on it. How do we alert on it? That we'll look into it tomorrow. How do we alert on NetPath service? We'll look into it tomorrow.
Yeah. So one question on this. So now, okay, so I got the request to configure this one. Okay. Now I know the steps how to do it, but the source path where we need to install this Windows plugin.
Yeah.
So how do I select that one, or how do I create one, new
Yeah.
Windows machine?
Yeah, basically you have to explain the requirement and ask them, do we have any Windows servers over there? I can install SolarWinds agent
Okay.
on the
So I need,
source machine. If you I have to find out a Windows machine and then install SolarWinds agent. That's it.
okay. So after installing installing the agent, I need to add that machine into the SolarWinds.
Yes, I mean if you install the SolarWinds agent, it will be automatically assigned to SolarWinds. You need not to worry about it. In the settings, manage agents, you should be able to see that node. In the manage agents, you should be able to see all the nodes that are
Okay.
connected to that where SolarWinds agent is installed.
Okay. So by automatically it will come. So because add agent means we will be installing using this help only, right?
Correct.
Okay, got it. I got it. Got it.
And if you see NOC, let's search for this node. So okay. See, on this Windows server, we have a plugin called NetPath installed. Okay, so
Mhm.
this plugin will automatically be configured, installed by SolarWinds to act as a NetPath probe. When you install SolarWinds, it will automatically have the NetPath plugin.
The agent will have the NetPath plugin.
NetPath plugin. The agent software itself will have the plugin that will
Okay.
be prompted for you. It will be prompted for you in the probe dropdown while creating a NetPath service. You can see my screen, right?
Yes, Chandra. I'm able to see.
Yesterday we have seen about NetPath. So just to give you a quick overview, NetPath. This actually helps us in calculating the latency between two devices. We need to NetPath as probe and destination. Probe is nothing but source. How come a source become a probe? We have when we install a SolarWinds agent in any Windows server, it acts as a probe for us, and then we can create a NetPath service. Okay. Once we
Okay.
create a NetPath service, we need to alert on it, right?
We need to.
Alert on it.
Okay.
Uh, my voice is clear, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, once you need to create an alert on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like say here you have three conditions. If you want to alert when a NetPath service goes to warning state or not warning state in the sense, let's assume if latency between these two is 30 milliseconds, you treat it as warning. If it is 50 milliseconds, you treat it as critical. And then down. Down will come when either the target is not reachable. Okay, these are the three conditions that we have to create. So by default as well, you will have a NetPath alert provided by SolarWinds. You can simply group it by object type and search for npm netpoint the endpoint service. This is only enabled for Google, which is a default one from SolarWinds. You can duplicate and edit it and change the name, or you can create a new alert. I'll create a new alert. uh, Azure NetPath is down. I'll keep the name like that.
Uh, Chandra, I have one doubt. So,
Yeah.
so yesterday we said that we need to install one Windows agent on one machine. So that will be acting as a probe, right? So, can this agent can be installed on the Linux machine?
No, we can't install so it's only a Windows plugin that is provided by SolarWinds.
Okay, okay, and the same plugin. So that means same Windows agent or the server can be used to create the multiple probes, right?
Yeah, multiple destinations. You can assign that
Multiple
probe to
destinations.
multiple destinations.
Okay, multiple destinations. Okay. So if the destination is only one, so that means my server is located in Bangalore. If I want to test the latency from US to Bangalore and Singapore to Bangalore, then I need to have two probes created for this.
If your destination is Bangalore, right?
Yes, destination is Bangalore. So
Yeah,
there
and you
are
need to
there are two
create
people.
a few probes. So probes
So
basically, let's say, uh, yes, when do you want this critical latency part? So let's assume in a practical business case, uh,
mhm,
wherever is your actual business being affected. Okay,
affected
let's say
already
there is
affected.
there is a festival happening here in India. Diwali festival is happening, and
Mhm,
you know that lots of people will log in into Amazon.com site from Hyderabad, Bangalore, Mumbai, and purchase too many things in Amazon.
mhm,
And here the business is happening from Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Mumbai.
mhm.
And your destination Amazon server is located, and your target Amazon server is located in US
Okay,
or some part of India.
okay,
So here, when you want to calculate the latency, latency basically means, I mean, the users from Bangalore or Hyderabad or Mumbai should access the site very quickly, or
correct.
the site hosting the data center router, or the site hosting the server, that should be accessed quickly.
Mhm,
So that is your target, and you'll have your probes in Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Mumbai. So that way you'll get a picture. Okay, from Bangalore, users are facing too much latency. I need to fix it up. I need to spin up a new VM server or add more resources, or more traffic should be adjusted for Bangalore people. Some that
Okay.
kind of thing, that kind of guidance or that kind of thought we might get when we look at this NetPath.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I'll create a name. I'll all these fields we have actually discussed. So once you start creating alerts, you'll get to know all the other fields. And a trigger condition is something that might vary from alert to alert. So here I want to select, I want to alert on NetPath. If you come down to N, you should see that it will be in the form of yeah, NetPath endpoint service. NetPath, you can select anything. So according to your selection, these things might vary, but you can select anything. NetPath endpoint service is actually the destination. If you want, you can select on that and alert on it, or you can select on endpoint probe as well, which will give you the list of probes. Okay, anything, any alert will work for you because anyhow it's calculating the round trip measure. So I'll select NetPath endpoint service only because I prefer to alert on the destination instead of the probes or sources. And if you here we have almost I'm showing you in the demo environment, and we have almost 20 NetPaths created. And for this alert, we want to filter it only for Azure ones, ones that started with Azure. So I'll just browse all fields and look for a field that gonna help me in adding a filter condition. Here display name is actually display name is equal to Azure. So that means I should get two NetPath probes. Okay, and then the actual trigger condition NetPath endpoint service status is equal to warning, or if you want to, you can change it to R and then add a one more condition, status is equal to critical. Now this alert will trigger whenever the NetPath service goes into warning or critical.
When will that? When will that NetPath service will go critical and warning?
Yeah, like let's say I just told you, right, depending upon the settings and the npm, if you go to settings, all settings, and in the thresholds and polling, yeah, here you in the npm thresholds, SolarWinds by default provided some, not in the npm threshold, I think it's in the core thresholds. Let's quickly go back, and here in the core thresholds, you see the response time is 1000 milliseconds is critical, 500 milliseconds is warning by default.
This is
These settings will,
for on what devices these are?
this is for all devices that are added in npm. If for any device, if a response time goes down, even for the NetPath, these settings will be applied.
Okay, apart from the NetPath, where else we can it will be
Yeah,
applicable?
through ICMP, if you have added a node through
Uh-huh.
ICMP, it will also
Okay,
start collecting the response time, right?
correct.
That
So
response time also, depending upon the response time also, it changes the state to critical or warning. If the response time from a node is greater than 500 milliseconds, it goes to warning.
okay, can you please go up a little bit? What is this? SolarWinds platform general thresholds.
Thresholds. Yeah.
Okay, it's critical. CPU loads. This CPU load is on okay, any on any nodes it is, right? It's
On any
CPU
node.
like Linux,
Yeah.
Linux, Windows, Switch, whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
Accordingly, it will change the state of node. This will not provide you an alert until you keep your alert configuration to warning or critical alert trigger condition. This will
Okay,
only
okay.
show on top of the node, on side, on the besides node. So let's say you see some warning symbol here.
Correct.
Yeah, this is because warning this node changed its status to warning because one or more interface is down. Similarly, you might see, yeah, let's assume Windows. Yeah, see, this node is critical because one or more thresholds are exceeded. Memory usage threshold is warning.
Okay, this is controlled in the place where you showed, right? What is it?
Yeah, in the settings page.
The settings and admin,
Threshold and polling, and their four thresholds.
and polling and general switch. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, accordingly, it will change its state to warning or critical.
Okay.
Now, let's say you don't want to you don't want to alert on this warning or critical, and you want some lesser time to be alerted. Okay, lesser response time. Now what is our warning? Our warning is 500 milliseconds and you can't wait till that time. And if you want to use your own custom, like I want alert on if it is less than 20 milliseconds only, then you can also give that option as well. In the actual trigger condition, you can browse for all fields, and here you look for a field that has the response time information. Protocol and travel minutes, protocol, service time, status, point, service. Will I get it if I change the? So I'm not seeing a field. So let me change the. I want to alert on condition and see if I get the field now. Status. That's good or bad. This is also not. Last stop time. Status. Nothing. There is no option for this. Let's see here. I think then in that case we have to edit on more critical or warning only. Or I'll look for that and I'll let you know if I see anything called for that. Okay, makes sense with the alerting for the NetPath.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. So we have to create a net path. After creating the net path, we have to come here and
Correct.
so what kind the means what kind of alert we can enable here is we need to enable if the latency is less than like some less milliseconds.
Yeah, correct. And
No,
down.
not milliseconds.
Yeah,
Okay, and
correct.
down and more latency is there.
Correct.
Okay, that parameters we have to select it here. Okay, that parameters we are not able to see now.
I mean, we have generally, it only have warning and critical only. I thought it has that information, but I need to cross check once. but you can set it up to warning and critical. These NetPath service will actually go into warning and critical according to the settings. I'll show you. So this one is critical from east data center. You can see this is critical.
So as soon as we configured the net path, and after configuring the net path, based on our based on the thresholds which is already configured, based on that it has changed the status
Correct.
from normal to like critical,
Critical.
right?
Correct.
Okay. So now only thing is we have to configure an alert to trigger an email or
Correct.
ticket for this.
Service no ticket. And that you can keep it like either warning or in the critical.
Okay. So do we need to select this particular net path name, which whatever you have given here?
If you want, if you are creating an alert for specific net path, you can select the name. Or if you
Okay.
want one alert for all the net path things, okay, I may create a net path in the future, but I don't want to again create an alert. Means you can simply create one alert for all the net paths.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, that's with respect to the NPM. And next thing that we will see, uh, we have two things left with NPM, which is called reports and dashboards. Dashboards is something that I just want to show you at the end. The reason why is I might also show you some database related things like what tables, how to look for tables, how do you write your own SQL and use that SQL in the dashboards. So for that reason, uh, I'll just park the dashboards thing at the end and uh, we'll go through the reports now. Okay.
Yeah. So Chandra, so I just have that one requirement where I
Okay.
want to show the performance of 4 to 5 servers for one particular team.
Okay.
If you can just show me how to do that, how to create that one dashboard, because I have some immediate requirement to work on that. That will going to help me.
So you want the dashboard as well?
Uh,
No,
Dashboard as
basically you
well.
want to create a dashboard for that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, fine. Then I think we'll park these reports and I'll show you how to create a dashboard.
Yeah, yeah, that will going to help me.
Okay. So uh, I just want to also tell you that there is something called perf stack in SolarWinds.
Mhm.
Show you look in the home performance analysis. Here you can add any server. Let's say you can add this server and look for all its performance related, all the metrics information for last 12 hours. Okay, this is one important feature from SolarWinds where you
No, no,
can
I didn't.
easily,
Sorry, I did not follow what you're saying.
yeah.
Is it related to dashboard reports or is it something different?
I mean, it can helpful for you in performance analysis as well. So
Okay.
that's why. So there is a feature in SolarWinds which is called net performance analysis. If you go to home and you can see that performance analysis, okay, this one.
Performance analysis. Okay.
When I clicked in, I came to this page. On the top left side, I have clicked on add entities and I have added this entity. Entities are nothing but it will give you all the servers that are added in SolarWinds.
Okay.
Okay, all the servers that are added in SolarWinds. And then I just dragged it and dropped it here so that it automatically has given me some details, all details related to that entity, like average first CPU load, average memory load, for last 12 hours, average response time graph, alerts triggered, events happened, how many are critical, what is the status of that node in last 12 hours.
Mhm.
So this you can just a kind of performance analysis feature from SolarWinds. You can see the spike here. At what time did it happen? Okay.
Okay. Okay. Can we save this view and for
Yes. Yes. So these you can simply save as your Windows server or application name like SolarWinds app server. Here we can't save it. It's a
Mhm.
one, and then
Mhm.
give copy this link and give it to those guys, your team people.
Okay. So how this will be different from the our dashboard?
Nothing. This is for just quick analysis. Dashboard
Okay.
is something that we have to. They can look it every time. Dashboard
Oh,
can be used for recurring purpose. So this is for just quick information of what is happening within the last 24 hours, something like that.
so that means both are same, right?
Yeah, both are same, but this is some performance feature. We can simply drag and drop. Dashboard is something that you need to spend time and create, right? But
Okay.
here you can. But dashboard will also give an overview of servers. Here it will give you for one server or 2 to 3 servers. That's it.
Is it? So I can't add 10 servers here.
You can add, but these perf stack will be more. It will be more burden, I guess. This page will load and load and load everything. You can't add multiple things. You can add, but yeah, I think it's gonna lead some issues for you. Let me try to add.
So basically, one team they want to see their performance of their servers. So I just want to give one view to them so that they will make use of it whenever they want.
Correct. So I mean, it's not even need to be saved for all the time. They can simply navigate within seconds. They can view it. That's it. So you need not even to save this and give it to them. If they want this kind, you can. If you want, if that dashboard wants to be in SolarWinds and they don't want to uh, have it, then I think you can. So basically, dashboard means, let's assume we have to identify what is the purpose of the dashboard and who is gonna use that dashboard. So let's say if you think to decide to create a dashboard for Windows servers, what will you place in that? You'll place the count of Windows server, the list of Windows servers, and then what are the top CPUs in that Windows across the Windows servers? What are the top 10 that are performing high CPU, top 15 that are performing high memory? That kind of information will be there in the dashboard. But here it's just an analysis for you for the last 12 hours or 24 hours, right? For a node.
Okay.
So that is the difference.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes. Yes, Chandra.
Okay. So if you want to quickly do it, you can do it in the perf stack analysis.
Okay.
And the other thing that we have is discussion that we were discussing is the dashboards. If you go to settings, all settings, there, not settings, all settings. In the settings itself, I have something called manage dashboards. In the settings, manage dashboards. Dashboards are two types, a classic and the modern dashboards. Classic dashboards are very old types of dashboard. Modern dashboards is something the latest future that we are actually seeing from the last 2 to 3 years. So I'll just explain the classic dashboard first and then we'll move to the modern dashboards. Here we have some predefined examples provided by dashboards. So in your free time, you can open this and see how it is actually built. I'll show you how a classic dashboard is built. So yeah, I'll just go to manage dashboards. You can add that perf stack analysis as well here in the dashboards if you want. Okay, I'll just click on add classic dashboard, and here what is our use case? Let's assume we want uh, to build a dashboard for Windows team.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll keep the name as Windows servers. Okay, and the type of view is basically I'm looking for the summary dashboard of Windows, not for a specific node or specific volume or specific alerts. So if you are building an alert for alert summary, you can give the name and select the alert summary so that fields related to alert summary will pop up for you. Like that, I'm just preparing a dashboard for Windows summary. So I'll just select the type of view as summary and then submit. Once I submit it, I'll just get two, or I can even add more columns uh, depending upon how many number of columns you want in that dashboard. You can just two is enough, and then you see the plus add resources to the column over here. You can click on that, and firstly in that dashboard you want to find out all nodes, right? All Windows nodes. So I'll just search for all nodes and then select this resource. Okay. And second thing, I need the CPU usage of my Windows servers, top 10 nodes or whatever
So,
nodes you want to use, you can use that. I'll
yeah,
just select.
Chandra, hold on. So you said here means in the previous screen you selected all nodes, right? I want to select only 10 nodes based on some naming convention.
Yeah.
So how do I select that?
Yeah. So I mean, you configure the columns, and after that I'll show you what are the different
Okay.
ways, and we'll apply these columns or these dashboard filter only to Windows.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Firstly, we'll configure the columns. What are the things that are needed in the dashboard? Okay. So I just selected all nodes, and I'll select the top 10 nodes by average CPU load. I'll select the top 10 nodes by memory. In the column 2, I'll just select top 10 nodes also. So this is different category. So yeah, we'll just select all volumes, or we'll just select top 10 volumes. Yeah, let's select all volumes. That's okay. Okay. And now, likewise, whatever things you want to place in the dashboard, you can add in the columns. And the next thing is you have to apply a filter. Like we are creating this dashboard for Windows team, so we need to apply a filter so that these resources will only display Windows information. If you scroll down, you see I'll show you what is a knock view in few minutes. You see a view limitation here. In the view limitation, you can edit and set that set this to a group of nodes. So, or if you want, if you have a name node pattern, just now you asked, right? You can select this and continue. And here you can give the pattern like Windows, something like that. Percentile, in between percentile, you can give your wording. Okay. Here it is Windows, right? There are two ways to apply the limitation. One using group of if you select the group of nodes, you can select it by vendor is equal to Windows, or device type is equal to Windows, custom property, whatever you prefer. You just have to explore the actual purpose that will help you in filtering this dashboard. Okay, makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, like that. I just want to confirm what is the doesn't have the benefit. Let me, if I want to preview it, I can preview the dashboard as well. Okay, and then yeah, and before clicking on done, if I select this option, okay, knock view will comes into picture when we are displaying any kind of dashboards in the TVs inside the office. So one by one, it will scroll right. If
Mhm.
you have seen in any of the network operation centers team, they'll have a large TV displays, and there they'll set the timer for 5 seconds to move this page from Windows to Linux and from Linux to network. So that for that purpose, we use the enable knock view mode. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So if there is already a knock view is there, so this will get added into that one.
No, no, no. I mean, if I set
Okay.
this screen will rotate to other tabs. I mean, after a few minutes, the screen will rotate, and then it will show us the next thing.
Okay. Can we set up that or
No, not required for now because we don't have that displays or someone watching the dashboards, right?
so for that do we need a separate device for that or how it is? Means how can we test this one?
I mean, it's not much important feature, so we'll ignore it. If you want, you
Okay.
can just test it in your system, Raman.
Okay. Okay.
So it's just nothing but if you enable that,
Mhm.
link to knock you Windows Server Cypher now. Enable the left navigation to activate rotation of multiple pages. Left navigation, yeah. See, uh, so this is how it is. If I have something in the next page, it will rotate after 5 seconds or 5 minutes. That's it.
Can we show like that the graph like a line graph or that graph
How
also
to
here?
in this dashboard?
Yes.
Okay, where can I do that?
So let's say CPU only. Let's say CPU like CPU usage of those servers.
Yeah, pub stack. Chat, yes. Custom chat or custom URL. Preview, and here in the custom chat. Oh no, this is not the place. Selected. So 1 minute. Okay, this is from a report. Yeah, I think something that we can have it in the custom fields, Raman. So we just have to explore that. Or maybe is it something that we can only add in the modern dashboards is what I'm not sure.
So basically, the team will have around 5 servers. So all those 5 servers CPU utilization, I want to show it in one graph.
Yeah, then in that case, what you can do, you can just search for a custom chart here and add selected resource and click on preview, and here there are two options for you. This is a new option that I am as well seeing. So I can select the data source. I want to add a report on alert. I will add a condition. Okay. Okay. Yeah. We have got this left axis, y axis. So we need to configure this. On y axis, I'll just say go to average CPU. I'll select this. I'll add the data series, and then units displayed is percent chart. Yeah, line will work. Yeah, and then sample intervals. So we have, yeah, past 1 hour, every 15 minutes should work. And then let's preview. See, this is how it looks like for an average CPU of the one node. Similarly, you if we only have one node, so that is why we are seeing this. Let me try to show you in the demo if it is possible. There are dashboards, I guess, that which we can custom this. Yes, I don't think so. There are limitations for that, Raman. You just try it out over there. Basically,
Mhm,
what you can do is you just select the custom chart,
mhm,
and when you've done that, save the dashboard using custom chart.
mhm,
This not our dashboard here. This is not our dashboard. Okay. So save that using custom chart and save that using custom chart, and in the custom chart you come here and edit, and here just select this, edit source and update data source. You will get two options. Left is y-axis, right y-axis. Ignore this optional one. Click on add data series. Here it will ask you what do you want to plot on that graph on the y-axis. In our case, it's CPU memory history, right? You just select CPU memory history tab, and what do you want to actually display in that average CPU load, or it's peak CPU load, or uh, average memory, something like that. We'll select peak CPU load. We'll add data series, and once we selected the data series, here you have two options. What do you want to label it on the left side? Let it be CPU or peak CPU, and units displayed percent, because we are calculating the CPU in percent, right? And the type of chart you want, let it be line chart only, and then the sample interval. Sample interval in the sense, I'll just show you. You see that here, I mean, we have some, I mean, this is a local one, right? So that is why we are seeing some gaps over here. Sample interval means here, here you will get time like 8 a.m., 8:15, 8:20. That is what the sample interval means every 15 minutes. You can change it to every 30 minutes means you'll get the graph here saying 8, 8:30, 9, something like that. I only
So
have data these
what
type.
is what is the minimum? See, by default it corrects the data at what? How many intervals?
So for every 2 seconds, for every 120 seconds, it collects.
Every 120 seconds.
It means two
Uh,
minutes.
okay, every 2 minutes it collects the data. So that
Correct.
means till 2 minutes we can see the data, right? Or we can from 2 minutes we can increase the data like 10 minutes, 5 minutes. But max
Correct.
is 2 minutes only.
I mean, again, it depends. Let's say if you are uh, if you are keeping this chart for 15 minutes, 15 minutes time frame, every 2 minutes will fit into this graph. If you
Yeah.
are having if you are selecting it 24 hours and you are keeping it the range x-axis as every 2 minutes, that will be very huge, right? And moreover, you will not have the data of 24 hours stored in for every 2 minute section. Basically, in SolarWinds database, the consolidation of data happens. The every 2 minutes data will be aggregated into hourly table, and every hourly table will be aggregated into daily table over the next day, and every daily table will be aggregated into monthly table in the next month. That is how SolarWinds database consolidates the things in the backend. So
Do
because
you
it
have?
can't store the records of every 2 minutes, which will be very huge to the database as well, right?
Yeah. So do you have any document which talks about this one, like how it manages in the backend, something like that?
So
Like
something
like
I
you-
just
like you like you said, right? Like every 1 hour will be converted into so and so. Like that. So if there is any
have.
document, so I'll just try to understand it.
So basically, I need to look for it. I came to know about that when I started working on that system, and then
Okay. Let me also.
some SolarWinds experts, the customer portal guys.
Okay. Let
Uh,
me also. I'll Google it. I'll try
yeah.
to
So
because
I'll
I'm
ping you
interested on
after
this.
this class if I found that. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and
Let's.
one more question is, so you said every 2 minutes it will get polled, right? So
Yeah.
d- does this happens to all devices in the
Yes.
SolarWinds or
Yeah.
okay,
All
it happens.
devices into SolarWinds.
Okay. So let's say I want to change this to increase or decrease it. So how do I change it? Do I have an option?
Yeah, we have an option, but I strongly suggest to not to do that, because
Okay.
that will affect lots of increasing from 120 to 180 will not affect the performance, but
Mm,
decreasing from 120 to 60, you will end up with
okay.
more and more issues every day from SolarWinds not working properly. You'll end up with more incidents. So that's why
Okay.
I'll just you see the polling settings here.
Yes. Yes.
Here, default node poll interval 120 seconds.
Okay.
Default interface poll interval. Always.
Okay. Got it.
So this is how you build a classic dashboard.
Okay.
Okay. Modern dashboards are something that are very new, and really it will be a very good thing when we actually show it to the top level executive people, but quite bit complex to, not much complex. You just have to get used to it. I'll just show you how does a modern dashboard look like. So we have more a kind of these things in the modern dashboards. Coloring, all these things can be perfectly done.
So can we copy this and modify our settings?
Yeah, we can do that as well, but yeah, you can do that as well. You can copy this, or you can edit this and modify according to your settings.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just show you how to create a modern dashboard. Then click on modern dashboard. We'll use the same example, Windows summary, because we only have a Windows node, so that's why I'm just restricted. So first thing is to drag and create a widget. Okay, and
Mhm.
here you have to click on finish configuring, and this will actually tell you. So these are some predefined things from predefined resources. If you want, you can select that and that will populate the data. But here we just want to customize it, the brand new one. So if you just scroll down, uh, there is something called, there are some, there is one thing that we have to select. Let's see, KPI widget. Yeah, you see something called empty widgets. These are something that you have to select and edit it. Okay, so that now I got this empty widget. I'll just edit this widget. So here you can't, you can keep the notes as all notes. Okay, and then yeah, these are nothing but how frequently does this widget want to refresh. That's okay, I'm not worried about that. So and then uh, yeah, we'll come to the description part later because that is not much required. And the data model section is where actually you write your query or you build your condition. Okay, there are two ways. If you are good at SWQL, which is a SolarWinds query language, you can simply select this and edit it and place your query. If not, you can use this graphical editor. So I'll just use the graphical editor. I want all nodes, and yeah, yeah, you're following right. The first page I have selected all nodes. I have used the graphical editor and edited that. And in the, yeah, let me try to edit. In the first page, I'm selecting node and clicking next. When I click next, it's asking me what are all the things do I want to drag it from the node. Okay, if I want caption, CPU load, or memory used, I can select all these columns. For the first widget, I want the count of the nodes, so I'll just drag the caption. Okay, and then I will add a filter. Filter is not required. We'll see. select. See it automatically building a query for you depending upon the things that you are selecting. Like this, I think you can select and I lost it. So yeah, I'm selecting a node and then see if you have something called count. Count is something. I will save this all nodes now. See, as we only selected caption, it is showing the caption details here. So it's not required. Let's try to save changes. Maybe we have to provide that. If you want to change the background color of it, you can do that as well. Thing. Yeah. Okay, we got the node name here. Okay, so if you want to get the count, I think we have to select. So top 10 is what it is giving. You have to select the query and here select count provided as WKL is invalid. Count of 0. Count of star. Yes, this is how it looks like with respect to the modern dashboard. So that's why I just want to show this to you at the end by writing some SQL queries as well. So, but the classic dashboards are something that looks like that, the earlier ones. So just to avoid the count, and let's say here you just want to add the CPU and memory information of your devices. If you want to start building your own dashboard, so I'm just giving you an example. You can use this graphical editor and then click edit. And here along with CPU, you can track CPU load or percent memory used. Okay, whatever fields that you want to display in the widget, you can drop down those. See, it's also showing you the results as well, percent memory used and everything. Just drop down, come down and save this. Okay, now not save, select fields. Okay, these are selected. Okay, and save here. And so there is some place where we can select what fields or what columns do we need to display. Add new value. Is it add new value? Ah, okay, I got it. So This is because of the widget that we selected is a KPI widget, so which is not the right one. So I'll just select the table widget now. Okay, from the table widgets, I just have to figure out the empty widgets. Okay, create widget, and this one I have to customize it so that I'll get all the information. So I'll use the graphical builder, edit that. I want these on notes. I'll click next, and what all caption. Caption is nothing but a node name, CPU load, person memory used. These three I want to display in the dashboard. So I'll just select those and save the data model. Yeah, save the changes. See, this is how we have to do it in the modern dashboards. And there is also one more thing that we can do is to color. If we can also do some kind of coloring over here. Let's say, why did we get only person memory used? Did we mess up anything? Yeah. So yeah, the CPU one has not tracked properly. Yeah, save the data model and then save changes. Editing. Did we again mess it up? Okay, fine. That is how we add the things. And here in the column, you can do one more thing. Yeah, only two columns are coming. I think maybe something with dragging and dropping. You can do more things, which we'll see tomorrow. So for now, this is how you can create your own modern dashboards. So we can change the color if it's greater than 50%, you can change this black thing to warning. If it is greater than 90, we can change it to critical. Something like that also we can do. Or if you click on node name, it will also redirect to the next page. That also we can do. That we'll look into it tomorrow. So basically, how you can navigate to SAM is basically if you go to My Dashboards and then the applications, under the applications, whatever you see is something related to SAM. Okay, so
Applications. Okay.
yeah,
So, dashboard
application,
and application.
My Dashboards, applications is will take you to the SAM pages.
Okay.
Okay, you see the all applications tab on the left side. So
Yes.
these are all the applications that are currently assigned to our nodes in SolarWinds. Okay, the all applications.
Okay.
Okay, so the prerequisites for anything to uh, extend your monitoring to SAM is using the node should be added to NPM.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
the main prerequisite if you want to use SAM is first the node should be added using SNMP or WMI or SolarWinds agent within npm, and then you can make use of this SAM to actually extend the services. Like let's say you might have added your Windows server in npm, then npm by default collects CPU memory, that information, and if you want to do some monitoring of related to services related to the application, then you have to make use of SAM. If you want to write any script and then you want to monitor or alert on that script output, then you can make use of SAM. Like
Okay.
that, we have many out of the box templates provided by SolarWinds itself within this SAM. So just go to manage applications,
So
and
if something is not listing in that list means that application we are not currently monitoring.
if see there are multiple places you are you can check those. You can check those here, and even if you go to manage applications, which will redirect to this page, here you see the first tab, assigned application monitors. If you change it to group by, called change it to group by with a node name, here as well you can see on which all servers whatever SAM application is being monitored.
What did you say there? Assigned application monitors, node name.
Assign, if you group it by node name or whatever you
Uh-huh.
feel that suits you, I just grouped
Uh-huh.
it by node name. And on this Windows server, and on this Windows server, this application template is being monitored.
Okay. This application template is,
Is being
what did you
monitored.
say? Okay. Okay.
Okay, so we'll see so this is one place, and in the SAM summary also you can find out the list of all applications. Okay,
Okay.
so there are by default, if you click on application monitor templates, there are by default 342 templates provided by SolarWinds itself. Okay, you can, I mean, for different purpose, you can just search for, let's say, you want to monitor a process on a Linux. There is something called process or Apache. We'll look at the process one. We'll ignore it for now. Apache related templates, Active Directory ones, certificate monitor one is one template that is provided by SolarWinds. Databases, Oracle database monitoring. These templates are provided. Like this, you have many. You can just explore these options. The some templates that you want to make a note is the ones that start with name called App Insight. Okay, there are 4 App Insight templates by default provided by SolarWinds. One is for Active Directory monitoring, which you can simply select the server and assign it to your Active Directory nodes. When you assign these templates have by default almost everything that collects from the Active Directory for monitoring. Similarly, you have App Insight for Exchange. Exchange is nothing but mailbox. You can assign this template on your email box servers. IIS is nothing but on any Windows server where IIS installed, you can assign this template. App Insight for SQL is for SQL databases. These App Insight templates are very widely used or almost used by many customers, where you can assign it to your servers where the specific application like Active Directory, SQL, Exchange is being hosted, and then collect majority of the monitoring information. Okay, so these templates are very much useful when you are configuring SAM, because yeah, I mean it gains, you don't need to do, or you don't need to create a new template for each and every part within the database. You can simply assign this inside to this database and gather the information. Okay, so this with respect to the out of the box one. Now let's so
One question, Chandra.
yeah,
In the assigned application monitors, there we will, in that tab, what we will do?
in this tab we can see what are all the different applications when I say application in SolarWinds terminology is a SAM template.
Can you come again?
In SolarWinds terminology, application is nothing but a SAM template. This Active
Okay.
Directory. So
Okay.
each one is a SAM is an application according to SolarWinds. So this one is an application. This is an application. This is an application. Okay. So these SAM templates, whatever you have assigned to a node that is added in npm will be seen in the assigned application monitors.
Okay.
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 So I'll just show you how to create a new template. Ah, So when you click on create a new template, you'll be redirected to this page. Okay. Here you can give your template name. This template, which is called SolarWinds Agent Linux, is also known as application. SolarWinds Agent hyphen under Linux is also known as application. And when you assign this to a node, according to SolarWinds, you can find those in all application summary here. Okay, makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
So this
So
template
when we assign it to nodes,
node
it will be
it is called as an application.
okay.
So when you click on create new template, here you have to give you'll be redirected to this page, and here you have to give the alt is disabled in demo. Okay. Here you just have to give the template name. It can be anything. Let's say we'll give it as Linux, or we'll say Windows Service Monitor. You forgot about these things for now because these things are visible because the earlier template that was assigned on this node, so that's why it is not showing. When you create a new template, this will not be appeared for you. So and then you can give the description, and the polling frequency is 300 seconds. Mean this template will poll for every 5 minutes. Okay, that's what we have by default. These things have 5 minutes. All the SAM templates will have 5 minutes. Some will have 15 minutes, depending upon by default they'll have 15 minutes. Those app inside ones, but these ones will have 5 minutes. You can change it as well if you need it, but the recommendation from SolarWinds is to have it for 5 minutes. Okay, so
Okay.
this is a template or application name, and you see you see this here. This is called component in SolarWinds. Okay, this is called component in SolarWinds. You can okay. So let's try to uninstall SolarWinds and try to install it again today because these will kick off for the complete uninstallation of SolarWinds. And now we'll try to download the new 30 days trial one and make use of few things. I'll just stop the recording and maybe once we start the session we can.